never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. New York City Mayor Eric Adams says he believes the gunman who shot and killed 4 people at a Manhattan office building on Monday was targeting the NFL.
Shane Tamura, a 27-year-old with a history of mental illness, showed up at a Midtown high-rise housing NFL headquarters slinging an assault rifle. Mayor Adams believes Tamura was gunning for the Football League office but took the wrong elevator bank.
We have reason to believe that he was focused on the NFL.
A suicide note found on Tamura expressed hostility toward the NFL. The shooter played high school football in L.A. and believed that CTE, the brain disease linked to too many blows to the head, may have caused his problems. He wrote, "Please study brain for CTE." I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
President Trump is threatening to raise tariffs on Indian imports.
According to the president, they are going to pay 25% if the allied nations cannot secure a trade agreement. U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer told CNBC that an elusive India trade agreement would require more discussion between the two countries, and it comes after Trump has previously called America's trade relationship with India very tough. I'm Brian Shook.
Former President Barack Obama is out with a rare statement on the situation in Gaza.
Posting on X this past Sunday, Obama noted that Gazans are dying of starvation. He said even if a ceasefire with Israel and a hostage release agreement cannot be reached, food, water, and other necessities must be allowed into the besieged enclave. Monday, President Trump said this.
Some of those kids that's real starvation stuff. I see it, and you can't fake that.
President Trump and Israel have both claimed that Hamas is stealing critical supplies meant for the region. Trump, however, said Monday that the U.S. will move to establish food centers in the Gaza Strip. I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Tesla and Samsung have agreed to a $16.5 billion deal to manufacture AI chips in Texas.
Tesla's CEO Elon Musk confirmed the news on X, calling it a deal with strategic importance hard to overstate. The A16 chips will anchor Tesla's push into autonomous driving and robotics, including its fledgling robotaxi service. Questions remain about how quickly Tesla can deliver on its long-promised goal of fully autonomous driving. Ira Spitzer, San Francisco.
A new study suggests that eggs can actually lower cholesterol, which runs counter to the decades-old advice to limit egg consumption because it would raise your risk of heart disease and stroke.
But a paper published in the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition adds to the growing evidence eggs are good for you. Researchers say while the popular breakfast food may be high in cholesterol, they're low in saturated fat, which is believed to be the real driver of cholesterol elevation. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A big new trend in weddings.
According to the Knot.com, the average cost of a wedding for 100 guests is now $33,000, with nearly 34% of couples paying for some of the wedding, about 17% paying for all of it. With that, the wedding report says 18% of all weddings are now going micro. That's a guest list of 50 or less. And that reduction is reflected in the cost, with the average micro nuptials running less than $10,000. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, this is a Fox News alert. A massive 8.8 magnitude earthquake off the coast of Russia has now triggered tsunami advisories, watches, warnings included Japan, Hawaii, Alaska, Guam, the entire west coast of the U.S., including California, Oregon, Washington State. Tsunami warning sirens have been sounding in Hawaii, telling residents evacuate now to higher ground. Here with more, Fox Weather Zone, Steve Bender is with us. This now has been upgraded to 8.8. That would make it in the top 10 most powerful earthquakes ever in history that's been recorded, correct? Mm-hmm.
Correct. It would be number 6 now, Sean, when we look at this. And this continues to change. When it first came out, local time, just after 2 a.m. At Kamchatka, Alaska, 8 miles off the coast, it was 8.0. Then it jumped to 8.7. 8.8 is where we stay now. And last time we talked, Sean, that seems like a minute detail, a small change. It means it has 1.5 times more energy that's being dispersed out thousands of miles along the Pacific, triggering all those tsunami alerts that we have. So from an 8.7 to an 8.8 is actually a big difference. So we'll show you how massive this energy is sprawling out from the epicenter, 8 miles removed from the eastern coast of Russia. Tsunami warning for the Aleutian Islands, tsunami warning for Hawaii, and a watch in place for the West Coast. You mentioned Hawaii, right? And we've been getting the updates from Oahu, the emergency management. They have sirens going on right now. I think we have a live visual from Hawaii because, Sean, when you and I were talking, you think about what we're in right now. It's the summertime. Families are going to Hawaii. You're trying to make a dream out of this opportunity, and now you're hearing these sirens erupt. We saw people that were just relaxing at the beach, and big concerns about after 7:15 local time this evening is when the tsunami is expected to make impacts. This is something to take seriously in Oahu. The emergency management says you need to get to higher ground. If you're in a building and needs to be at least 10 stories, get to the 4th story or above, or that's not tall enough, find a bigger building. We start looking at the Aleutian Islands. This is actually where we look at the Aleutian megathrust. It's these tectonic plates. It's the most active spot in the entire world is in the North Pacific. I was talking with an Alaskan seismologist, Dr. Michael West, just earlier this month because of a big quake we had then. That was a 6 point something. Now we're at an 8.8. Looking at Hawaii, we are also getting some updates that out of Hilo, the airport is now closed because they're using this as the spot where they're going to be getting out emergency personnel to coordinate with any of the impacts that are going to happen. So they are shutting down the airports. They're getting the sirens, and they're telling everybody you need to get to higher ground. The visuals that we have seen on social media so far, and we're working to confirm for everybody to bring to you, is out of Kamchatka, Russia, 8 miles removed. They've already seen the wave push in and flooding along the coast. In Japan, we have also seen this. So this is a confirmed tsunami that is heading towards these directions. We have also had people that are in Maui, in Hawaii, that said there's massive traffic jams because everybody's trying to get to higher ground. If you look at the visuals there, you can see there is steep terrain, but a lot of the tourist areas, a lot of where people want to be are down on the water. They're in the marina as we scan it through there. And right now it looks beautiful. But when you talk about that wave energy, it can move quickly and it's rising fast. So as we zoom in, you'll still see at the beach there's some people relaxing. And honestly, if they're not getting these alerts, they're on vacation mode. Why would they leave until you start hearing those sirens? That's why it's so important to make sure people are getting their action plan. It does look like a few people are starting to leave. So you think about how far Hawaii is from the epicenter of this, thousands of miles, and it's not losing any of its energy. Go even further, and now you're along the lower 48, the West Coast, Pacific Northwest. One is the time frame from Gold Beach, Oregon, a story up towards Port Angeles, you're looking at right before midnight. So 11:40 p.m. Pacific time. Then you get it to Northern California.
That audio, courtesy of Fox News, obviously the Sean Hannity program recorded a bit earlier, just a few hours ago. I share that audio because this is unfolding as we speak. The West Coast alerts of the United States would be several hours away, about like 2:40 a.m. Eastern time. He was discussing the Hawaiian island chain where the sirens have been sounding, a confirmed tsunami alert. So that's a warning. Latest information I've been able to come across says they could see a rise, ocean rise, 10 to 13 feet. So everything from ground level to that level may very well be underwater. Now, Hawaii time, when they said 7:17 p.m. their time, that's about 1 a.m. Eastern time, a little less than an hour from now. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios as we indeed cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. Making our way into the 30th day of July for 2025. Obviously, we'll break down our travelers' weather here for the lower 48 coming up, but obviously the big concern, I'm looking at some of the latest from Honolulu, one of the strongest earthquakes ever measured, striking off the eastern coast of Russia Tuesday evening. to which we now have tsunami alerts, warnings across much of the Pacific Ocean basin, obviously including the shores of Hawaii, southern Alaska, the entire U.S. West Coast, and British Columbia. Tsunami warnings for Hawaii and parts of Alaska, while the entire U.S. West Coast, British Columbia, are under what they refer to as a tsunami advisory. This was an 8.8 magnitude quake. A tsunami has been generated that could cause damage along coastlines of all the islands of the state of Hawaii, not just the beaches per se that would say face the direction from where the quake occurred. Water levels essentially with the tsunami rise and virtually would surround the entirety of the island chain. Initial data from the quake suggests tsunami waves reached more than 9 feet above tide levels on some of the coastal areas of the northwestern Hawaiian Islands. According to the Pacific Wave Center, 3 to 9 feet, which would be 1 to 3 meters, are possible along some of the coast of Hawaii, Japan, and Guam. The first waves, they're saying, would reach Hawaii about 1 a.m. Eastern Time, which again would be about 7:17 p.m. Hawaiian time. Now, they also say the first waves wouldn't reach the Washington and Oregon coasts until about 11:40 p.m. That's Pacific time, West Coast time, or 2:40 a.m. Eastern time, several hours from now. Around the San Francisco, 12:40 a.m. Pacific time, that'd be Wednesday morning. Around the Los Angeles area, 1:05 Pacific time. The advisory along the West Coast includes waters connected to the Pacific, including the San Francisco Bay Area in California, the Columbia River coast on the Washington and Oregon border, and the Strait of San Fuca that separates Washington's Olympic Peninsula with British Columbia's Vancouver Islands. Estimates for California's Crescent City may see the largest tsunami waves as high to 3 to 5.7 feet, lower waves from 1.7 to 3.2 feet, possible around Fort Bragg and Santa Barbara. The rest of the Pacific coast is anticipating minimal waves of, say, less than a foot, which wouldn't be all that noticeable. But more from Hawaii, where they say the U.S. military is bracing for the impacts. With the tsunami on its way, they have been evacuating some facilities, urging military personnel and families to seek safety. Several military facilities are in the high-risk coastal areas. Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickman has been sharing updates from state and local agencies to their social media accounts. A Navy official tells the Star Advertiser that lines at the base's gates are long and backed up as residents leave for higher ground, and that officials are working to move people out. U.S. Army Garrison Hawaii spokesman Nathan Wilkes said that the Pilalau Army Recreation Center has been evacuated. Guests are moving away from the beach to higher ground. He also said that the military-owned Haleco Hotel in Waikiki guests have been advised to move to the 4th floor as precaution as the tsunami approaches. Military officials also said the Navy and Army have opened up the Kolkol Pass to civilian traffic to support statewide evacuation efforts. In a statement, the military said to support tsunami evacuation efforts, the U.S. Army and Navy have opened that pass. It's now accessible for emergency use. It can be used by residents as an alternate evacuation path. Motorists are advised to use extreme caution, follow all posted signs and instructions from military and emergency personnel. That pass, they say, will remain open until the all clear is given by emergency management authorities, which would obviously probably be several hours from now, awaiting those confirmed waves. They know something's coming in. Just how large will it be? The advisory says take your go bag. evacuate outside the red tsunami zone or head up to at least the 4th floor of any building at least 10 stories tall. That's the message from the Honolulu Department of Emergency Management. Those who are located outside the tsunami evacuation zone being asked to stay off the roads to help reduce traffic and only travel for essential needs. Big time breaking news as we get things underway here on Hump Day. So it is indeed a Wednesday morning. Good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, we are underway. Trust your week's going well. Some of our friends checking in. Mary Ann is on board. Pappy. Saddle up nocturnal listeners. What day is it, right? Double sevens on the thermometer scale in Harrison, Ohio. Back to work tomorrow. Ugh. All right, snuggle up to whomever or whatever, butter up the popcorn, or whatever you feel the need to get the party started. 844-844-3388. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits. All right, good afternoon. Larry, hammer down. 77 degrees as well in New Baltimore, New York tonight. Norman, north central Kansas at the home 20. No load tonight. Hit 100 degrees this past day. We're at 82 now. It looks like we've got more storms on the way. Oh, joy. Good morning, all the listeners out there. Hello, Tank. Morning, Steve-O. Happy Hump Day. Cloudy, 70 here in Jamestown, New Mexico. It's a short week for us. We're headed back toward the home 20 via Memphis. Everybody truck safe out there. Have a blessed day. All right, Eskimo Mom getting her day started. Happy Wednesday, Hump Day, whatever day. 33 days till Labor Day? Say it isn't so. That means we're kind of officially ending summer in just over a month. All right, headed to Louisville for the first load of the week. Don't know what it'll be when I get back to the yard. We're clear, 79 degrees along Interstate 71 here in Kentucky this early hour. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Jerry, morning, Steve. Hope everyone's safe. Big thanks to Hotshot Secret for making it possible for us to enjoy the Steve Sommers overnight drive every day. I see on The Mob in Cincinnati, I guess, released on a $400 bond. If it was my family, that's what I'd want so justice could be served. Big thanks to the truck drivers out there for everything you do to keep us going. And as always, make sure you let them know you love them every chance you get. All right, from Kokomo, they're in the state of Indiana. Buckeye Boy, what do we have? Bloomington, Minnesota tonight, 75 degrees. Could be some smoke from the Canadian wildfires affecting the air quality here for the day ahead. I'm keeping a close eye on the tsunami warning for Hawaii because that's where my niece and her husband and their family are. Her husband was recalled back to his ship that he's the captain of because they have to move it out to sea. All the Coast Guard and probably Navy ships will be leaving the ports as well. Their home is on elevated ground, so they should be okay. But my niece had to go to the port to pick up their other vehicle that he drove there so it doesn't get flooded. She is now stuck in traffic, and I hope they can get it and get back to the home 20 there. If I hear anything else, I'll pass it on to you. All right, good information there, Buckeye Boy. So thinking about your family there. Obviously, moving the ships out to sea. These tsunami waves, in the middle of the ocean, you don't really notice them. But as they get closer to land, that's the waves begin to generate upward with the changing elevation along the coastline. Of course, we've all seen some of the horrifying videos along the coast of Japan. Yeah, horrible tsunamis in years gone by. Indonesia? I recall seeing some of those videos. Very scary stuff. All right, hello to Jeffrey checking in there from southern Florida. And Buckeye Boy did say the area in northern California at the Oregon border is actually also under a tsunami warning. So that's, I guess you've got the 3 levels. An advisory, I think, is step number 2 on the 3-level scale. The warning is the highest level, if I understand correctly. Hello, Steve. TGI Wednesday from Katrina and Eric. Let's see. One more work day Thursday night before I'll be heading to the Speedway Classic at Bristol Motor Speedway. All right, heading down to catch the Reds and the Braves there, right? And have I been saying it was Friday? I thought they said it's August the 2nd. So that would actually be a Saturday game, correct? All right, good to have you on board. Double Trucker, hello, Steve. 71 in Cleveland. Tad bit muggy out here tonight, changing things up a little, swapping out at the yard. Kind of tired tonight. I'm going to be taking a nap while I wait for the meat guy. I'll tune in later on the way back to Western New York on the home of free speech, a.k.a. Rumble. Hello to Greg, who says, first time listening since the radio days. Well, it's kind of like the radio days as well, as we're getting some various affiliates around the country. The list continues to grow, and we may have some pretty exciting news to share in the not-too-distant future. Can't say anything yet, though. 24 hours ago, we were tracking strong storms sweeping through portions of Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa. Now, here we find ourselves, as I said, 24 hours later, and once again, portions of Iowa contending with some stronger storms they had seen in the northwest portions of the state. Another round of severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, you couple the rain that they saw last night with the rain that's just been falling here in the last several hours. There are numerous flash flood warnings in effect at this hour for northwestern portions of Iowa. Additional stronger storms. We see some severe thunderstorm warnings in western portions of South Dakota, southeastern portions of Wyoming as well. Forecasters had predicted a possibility of a derecho that was taking place as we were rolling into a Tuesday morning. I mentioned last evening, after the sun comes up, they'll be out looking, surveying the damage and measuring the winds over hundreds of miles. And indeed, that's exactly what unfolded. AccuWeather accurately predicted that those thunderstorms initially that developed back in Montana and the Dakotas Monday afternoon before congealing into a powerful derecho that charged through portions of South Dakota and Iowa during the overnight hours last night, as the derecho traversed portions of the plains and the Midwest, generating numerous reports of wind gusts over 80 miles per hour. The highest reported wind gust was 99 miles per hour just south of Sioux Center, Iowa. Undoubtedly, and I have not yet had an opportunity to check and see videos of damage. They said agricultural impacts. We saw that several years ago. I'm just curious as to whether we've seen hundreds of acres, possibly, of crops being laid to the ground. See if I can dig up more on that. We'll get to your calls coming up here. Jump on in, 844-844-3388. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. TEL360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. New York City Mayor Eric Adams says he believes the gunman who shot and killed 4 people at a Manhattan office building on Monday was targeting the NFL.
Shane Tamura, a 27-year-old with a history of mental illness, showed up at a Midtown high-rise housing NFL heading an assault rifle. Mayor Adams believes Tamura was gunning for the Football League office but took the wrong elevator bank.
We have reason to believe that he was focused on the NFL.
A suicide note found on Tamura expressed hostility toward the NFL. The shooter played high school football in L.A. and believed that CTE may have caused his problems. He wrote, "Please study brain for CTE." I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 204 points. The S&P 500 shed 18 points. The NASDAQ fell 80 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit TEL360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and a loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong.
For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Okay, around the country, it's 844-844-3388. In all my years of broadcasting, I don't, following weather events and things of that nature, I don't think I've ever had the opportunity to share actual tsunami warnings. First time for everything. Looking at the actual advisory, latest from the National Weather Service in regards to the Hawaiian island chain. But their evaluation says a tsunami has been generated that could cause damage along coastlines of all islands in the state of Hawaii. Now, a tsunami, a series of long ocean waves, each individual wave crest can last from 5 to 15 minutes or more and extensively flood coastal areas. The danger can continue for many hours after the initial wave as subsequent waves arrive. Yes, tsunami wave heights cannot be predicted, and the first wave may not be the largest. Tsunami waves essentially wrap around islands. All shores are at risk no matter which direction they face. The trough of a tsunami may actually temporarily expose the seafloor initially. When you see the water going out, that's a sign, go the other way, because that means it's coming. The seafloor area will quickly flood again. Extremely strong and unusual near-shore currents can accompany a tsunami. Debris picked up and carried by a tsunami amplifies the destructive power. Now, in the event of simultaneous high tides or high surf, that could increase the tsunami hazard. The estimated time for the first tsunami wave, 7:17 p.m. Hawaiian time, again about 1 a.m. Eastern here. minutes away. Boy, interesting times we live in. Well, good morning, Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. We're in North Alabama tonight. Man, that 4-story wouldn't be high enough for me. A story ain't but about 10, 12 foot high. So 40 to 48 foot, that's kind of high, but it wouldn't be high enough for me. I'd go way on up. I'd get as high as I could get, right?
Right. I hear you.
Yep. Well, we won't be singing no Johnny Cash tonight either. How high is the water, Mama? So, prayers for all them people out there. And are we finally going to see California go underwater? They've been predicting that for years, so I don't know. Hey, Steve, what day is it? What day? Oh, wait a minute. We better let Horse Feathers make it official. Today is only Wednesday for me.
Yep.
It's only Wednesday for me, so we'll let him make it official. I'm going to park this thing over here at the dock, and I'll be listening in because I don't sleep good at night anyway, so. And I'll come later on.
You going to be taking a nap here for a bit?
A little bit. I ain't been driving but about 6 hours, but I'm over here where I'm going to make my second pickup at and head for Jackson, Tennessee in the morning. So I'll get everything done and then back to Memphis.
All right.
We'll call in later.
Thank you much. Rolling into a brand new day. Safe travels to the Knuckle Buster. Yeah, plenty of industry headlines to get to. Let's first give you some of I mentioned we've got some action taking place tonight. Some stronger storms once again right through the heart of Nebraska, stretching into northeastern portions of Nebraska. On over into, again, northwest portions of Iowa, where we're seeing some flooding scenarios there. Yeah, the daily risk for thunderstorms across the plains and the Midwest continues, again, through the overnight hours tonight, from Wyoming to portions of western Iowa and Missouri, as this front continues to move southward. Localized damaging winds, flooding downpours, and hail will yet again become concerns in any thunderstorms. Looking ahead for here our Wednesday. The front will continue moving south and east, kind of squashing the heat dome and focusing the risk for severe weather further south and east compared to, say, Monday and Tuesday. An expansive area from Montana through Missouri, and then expanding further east across portions of the Ohio Valley and on up into parts of New England. Damaging winds, flash flooding, the primary hazards. Some of these storms could also contain some large hail. Looks like that severe weather risk continues for parts of the mid-Atlantic Thursday, as the risk shifts southward to then include portions of the Carolinas. Poor drainage areas will be the focal point for these storms when it comes to flooding. While flooding is going to be the primary concern, locally damaging winds with any severe storm is possible. Meanwhile, the heat continues, although the area continues to sink further south and east. But this heat wave covering the eastern U.S., affecting as much as 190 million people, according to the National Weather Service. Forecasters predict those living in the lower Mississippi and Ohio valleys, then over and along most of the eastern seaboard, dealing with continued dangerously hot weather through the day ahead here Wednesday. Extreme heat warnings and heat advisories stretch across much of those areas. There should be some relief toward the end of the week. The heat wave is going to weaken in the northern areas come Thursday, then weaken over the rest of the region through the upcoming weekend. Jacksonville, Florida is among the metro areas most affected by the heat. They're facing predictions of near record high temperatures, 95 to 100 degrees, and of course the high humidity will have the heat index between 108 and 115. Now that brings extreme heat warnings and also covers most of northeast and north central Florida into portions of southeastern Georgia. Cities far west and inland, like Nashville, Tennessee, will be hit by the heat wave through midweek. Here once again, Nashville will experience high temperature readings expected to push into the mid to upper 90s. Heat index 100 to 110, possibly higher. Other parts of the country looking for some of those stronger storms and flash flooding, as we were just mentioning there. All right. This has been a predictable set of weather conditions. Forecasters actually started warning of the developing situation all the way back on Saturday, indicating millions of us would be looking at prolonged, very dangerous, hazardous heat conditions as we continue to take heat waves name in vain, right? All right, tonight's the night, so they say. A couple of meteor showers supposed to be reaching their pinnacle in the coming hours. Couple of meteor showers supposed to be reaching I guess the hours from like 2 to 4 a.m. expected to be the best time for stargazing here in these final nights of July. Best chance since back in the spring to spot shooting stars. Individually, they don't generate a lot of buzz, but they can produce up to, say, 20 meteors per hour tonight. Yes, some of these may appear as exceptionally bright fireballs, flaring briefly to rival the brightness of the moon. Yeah, late July, it's a great time for meteor activity. Yeah, the moon in the evening sky setting before the strongest activity gets underway tonight, so not a lot of interference from the light of the moon, as they say. Now, AccuWeather says best window is between midnight and 3 a.m. local time, although a few stray meteors may streak across the sky earlier or later. So I guess technically speaking, right now, for our friends along the East Coast, maybe an opportunity to take a gander toward the heavens. Meanwhile, I don't know. Do we make it official? Hey, horse feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Oh, I guess we're coming up on an oversized move here. Kind of what it looked like. So one of them supersized ones got not only regular escort, got police escort, and so I guess we'll see what happens here in a minute when we catch up to them. But anyways, so kind of like we said last night there, to get news overnight, live and up to date, it's good to have a radio service that is actually live and up to date on the overnight. So thank you for your service and Hot Shot Secret for providing the circuit service. And so anyways, we'll continue to listen. So I guess in the whole process of getting everything turned on and started and listening to you, I missed what is the actual cause of the tsunami. I'm assuming there was an earthquake somewhere.
Off the coast of Russia, an 8.8. It's the world's largest quake in 14 years, according to the headline.
Okay.
That's a big one.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So, as Knucklebuster was saying, the evacuating to at least the fourth floor of a 10-story structure, I got a little concerned with that, Your Honor, because at that point there's 40 feet of building that's going to be affected by water.
Mm-hmm.
Now, water is a very powerful thing.
Yes, it is.
So I'm not sure that I want to have all the people you can pack in a 10-story building, or even some of the neighboring buildings come in and add to it, and have all that weight above 40, maybe 40 feet of water working on the building structure. Even I don't know. Were they built to 40-foot high tsunami-proof code?
I kind of doubt that. I'm looking at some of the latest advisories here, which will bring your way momentarily. I think, did we lose connection? I heard that magical sound. All right, we'll get back to it. Quick timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong.
For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, we'll get back with Horse Feathers here after briefly losing connection. I'm looking at a couple of updates in just the past 30 minutes or so. Late Tuesday, Ecuador, they tell us, began preventive evacuations across beaches, docks, low-lying areas in the Galapagos Islands. Mexico revealing they have mobilized all levels of government to respond to the threat of a tsunami. Peru said officials are on alert, considering further steps there. As far as Hawaii, FEMA is prepared, they say, to intervene and offer support if the tsunami leaves significant damage there. Hawaiian authorities said they've opened a line of communication with the appropriate channels within FEMA ahead of the tsunami landing. And the captain of the Port Honolulu has issued an order for all commercial vessels to evacuate all commercial harbors in Hawaii. Some of the latest developments there. All right, sorry about that. Lost connection there, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, no problem. I don't know where we went there. Maybe it's the heat and humidity that's around here that caused the connection issue. I don't know. But I take it we didn't do anything officially then, so I should say, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Oh, that's right. Hey, it is Hump Day.
So anyways, there, I don't know, fighting with traffic. How can you be fighting with traffic at 1 a.m? I don't know. So anyways, but, yeah, so I don't know, so I was saying, I don't know if I would trust, having all the people of the building that's 10 stories or more going up 40 feet and then neighboring buildings that might not be 40 feet that might want to come over and stand 40 feet above the ground there. So I don't know, just maybe I don't know. Maybe I'd just be heading for higher ground.
Well, Knucklebusters said I'd get on the roof, 10th floor.
Yeah. I don't know. Are these buildings built to tsunami, 40-foot high tsunami code? I mean, have they been tested to a 40-foot high tsunami? I don't know. Just doesn't seems like it would. It just, I don't know. I think I'd be in the traffic with Buckeye Boy's niece there, headed for the higher ground.
Headed
those
inland.
volcanic islands, they're pretty tall. I think I'd be headed up, but
yeah.
But yeah, what we saw in Japan there with the nuclear reactor out there, and as you say, Indonesia, and I don't know. There's been a couple movies that have done that.
Yeah.
In the movies there, of course, they showed the water all go away, and everybody's all in amazement and awe of where'd all the water go, and let's walk out where the water used to be.
Yeah, it's not a smart move.
No, it's kind of like walking across the Ohio River in the middle of winter, right?
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, there. So other than that, there really didn't have a whole lot of news on to watch, and saw a little bit of the coverage of the New York City deal there, and pretty much what we're hearing on your news channel. So there's probably no reason to rehash that. And but the big thing here, I guess, is of course, as you said, the heat and humidity there, and we're talking at least 100 degrees for the Baltimore again for actual temperature, 110, 115 degrees for the feels like temperature, which I guess used to be called something else.
The heat index.
And the heat index, yes. And then tomorrow they said it's supposed to break and not be so hot, but come to find out it's really going to be in the 90s, at least the low to possibly mid-90s, and the front that's coming through won't be here until later in the afternoon into the evening. So if you're going to be around the Baltimore Mid-Atlantic area, don't expect any relief there until the end of the day, not in the beginning of the day, or expect the temperatures to go up through the day, because the front's not supposed to get here until later in the afternoon into the evening. So then, but as they're saying there, you got the unsettled atmosphere, the front coming through, and expect storms and any type of severe weather you can imagine, because the way this year has gone, you just throw it up there and see what sticks there, and we'll see what we end up with, and have to report on Friday morning of what actually did happen. So, anyways, other than that, that's about what we got going for you there. So, I guess everybody have a good, safe morning of trucking, and we'll sit back and watch you on the radio and see what you have to tell us there about what's going on in the West Coast.
Yeah, see if we can get the latest updates. All right, yeah, Buckeye Boy. I mean, if he gets some more information from his family there, I didn't realize he had family in the military out there, dealing with this firsthand. Meanwhile, all right, it's 844-3388. This update said 10-foot tsunami waves are possible for some coast of the northern Hawaiian Islands. Hawaii's governor urging residents to evacuate coastal zones. It's not going to hit one beach, as they say. It's going to wrap around the islands. Too soon to say how destructive or widespread the waves will be. The initial waves that hit Japan were a bit smaller than initially forecast, but authorities across the Pacific are urging vigilance and ordering evacuation, as the impact may differ between locations. They had an update here a few minutes ago from Japan, where more than 1.9 million people had been urged to move to safer ground. Tsunami waves hit various parts of the coast. Transport disrupted, they say, nationwide, although the waves remain much smaller than previously forecast. The first waves hit Japan's northernmost islands of Hokkaido. Video from Reuters News and Nippon News Network show people taking shelter on roofs of buildings as the tsunami sirens could be heard blaring through parts of the island. there Wednesday morning. Transport being disrupted. The international airport on the Pacific coast north of Tokyo closing their runways there. Of course, South and Central American countries on alert as well. We just mentioned Mexico and the Galapagos Islands. In Chile, the national tsunami alarm system said there's a threat for all the country's coastline. Peru's Navy said they're monitoring the situation closely. Some of the latest updates around the world here this interesting Wednesday morning. All right, clear lines around the country. What's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. Pappy said the Weather Channel interviewed the head guy from the Tsunami Forecast Center in the Pacific. Said they were waiting for it to hit Midway Island, which it did. They were able to get some readings off some of the buoys. Sounds like maybe small to medium size, headed towards Hawaii. He did say it's hard to predict, and sometimes they can get bigger as they go. All right, thanks for the update there. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit Tell360 today.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. Tell is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tell360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong.
For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Police are seeking an associate of the suspect behind the shooting that left 4 people dead in New York City on Monday. New York City Mayor Eric Adams says pieces of the semi-automatic rifle used in the killings were bought by an associate of suspect Shane Tamura, and detectives are working to ID that person. Reports say Tamura appeared to be targeting the NFL headquarters and had a note claiming he suffered from CTE, which is a brain disease linked to playing football. Tamura never played for the NFL. More than half of Americans disapprove of Israel's military actions in Gaza.
A new Gallup poll found only 32% of respondents approve of Israel's handling of Gaza, which marks the lowest point recorded since the question was first asked in November of 2023. Polling results diverge greatly along partisan lines, with Democratic support at a low of 8% compared to 71% of Republicans. I'm Chris Coraggio.
20 Democratic-led states are suing the Trump administration over an attempt to gather sensitive information about people who receive food stamps.
The states allege that the Department of Agriculture is improperly trying to get sensitive personal information after the department demanded Social Security numbers and home addresses of SNAP recipients. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins has previously said President Trump is rightfully requiring the federal government to have access to all programs it funds. I'm Brian Shook.
The weight loss benefits of GLP-1 drugs like Ozempic, Wegovy, Mounjaro, and Zepbound are well known, but now there's new buzz about other benefits from these blockbuster injectables.
Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly, the companies that developed them, say they've been shown to be effective in treating sleep apnea, seizures, and bacterial infections, and in reducing an addict's cravings for alcohol or drugs. But health experts say that while these drugs show enormous promise, they come with significant side effects, including low blood pressure, gastrointestinal disorders, kidney stones, and pancreatitis. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Chemicals in them just to kill off the...
I'm going to mute you for right now because I need to let you know what my decision is with regard to bond.
The suspect in the stabbing spree at a Michigan Walmart made a brief appearance in court on Monday.
Bradford Gilley told the court he was penniless.
And do you have any money in a checking account or savings account? Any cash on hand?
Not to give you.
Gilley was ordered to be held on a $100,000 bond. The prosecution noted a history of mental illness. 10 of the 11 victims remain hospitalized after the Saturday event, but are expected to recover. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The FDA has approved what's being hailed as the first HIV drug that offers 100% protection.
It's a twice-yearly injectable called Lenacapavir and is marketed by Gilead Sciences. The biotech company says it's a real milestone that will save millions of lives around the world. Gilead also says it'll provide affordable access to Yeztugo in the U.S. and beyond. It signed royalty-free licensing agreements with 6 generic drug makers. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
2 Everett, Washington police officers are being called heroes for saving the life of a driver out of a burning car.
Early Saturday morning, an electric vehicle crashed on I-5 near SR2 and caught fire. The battery burned hot. When the officers arrived, they pulled the driver from the burning vehicle. The driver survived and the officers were treated for smoke inhalation. Everett Mayor Cassie Franklin praised the officers' bravery. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
so much. Another hour, another day underway. All right, look at it. I can't tune in, don't have access to tune in to, say, the likes of the Weather Channel and other news outlets live. But Pappy's been kind of following some of that. He said the Pacific forecaster guy says these tsunamis can travel 500 miles an hour. So I guess his latest forecast for impacts beginning to show up in Hawaii would be about 1:12 a.m. That's Eastern time here, so just literally a matter of minutes away. All right, appreciate the update. He said, what are they telling people to go 2 miles inland? Wow. All right, so we'll see if we can get more on that. Gerald on board says, breaking news, the trucking company Carol Fulmer Trucking going out of business after 71 years. Well, that's the freight economy. Yeah, it continues to struggle as we get our second hour underway. I guess that's a good place to begin. And we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Yeah, latest says the freight market could soon experience an increased seasonal lull. This is from the July market update from the OOIDA Foundation. A typical summer slowdown is expected to be more pronounced. According to the total spot market cycle indicator, they cited contractions in dry van and reefer and quoted a manufacturer who said tariffs have utterly stopped global and domestic sales. Now, this latest foundation update is kind of an overall showing a downward trend in demand as well as rates once again. Capacity has loosened while operating costs have remained steady. So again, this is the July update. Let me see. Demand, van markets, where we'll begin. Demand increased in all regions. Spot rates increased as usual for the first time of the year, but were lower than into 2024. The dry van composite index decreased after seasonal adjustments. A drop in food manufacturing, plastics, and rubber manufacturing, grocery and related products responsible for the decline there. In the flatbed market, all but one region reported higher demand, but lower rates as well. Primary metals may be due to front-loading. Farm machinery and equipment were the primary drivers of an increase in the flatbed composite index. That increase ended 2 consecutive months of decline. In the reefer market, the southeast and northeast regions had the most favorable ratios for carriers. However, more than half the regions reported a decrease in demand. A majority of regions seeing a decrease in rates, declining food manufacturing and grocery and related products, driving the drop in composite after seasonal adjustments for that category. The overall outlook, the effects of the highest tariffs since the 1930s are very uncertain. According to the Cass Shipment Index, forward-looking visibility is highly dependent on policy development and legal challenges. The uncertainty has kind of lowered the economic outlook. The pre-tariff inventory building will have to lead to destocking regardless of the outcome of these trade negotiations which continue. Now, carriers appeared ready to expand but reversed course in April. Transportation utilization held steady overall. Fuel prices were higher for the first time in 2 months. We continue to monitor events in the Middle East for any potential impacts on cost there. And rising used truck prices could become problematic as well. latest market update. Well, 24 hours ago, we highlighted that we could see a major railroad merger occurring. They forecast possibly an announcement as early as next week. It didn't take that long. This past day, Union Pacific and Norfolk Southern announcing an $85 billion deal to tie their networks together and create the first U.S. transcontinental railroad. The merged company, which will be called Union Pacific, will transform the U.S. supply chain and economy, strengthen domestic manufacturing, and preserve all union jobs, according to the statement from the railroads. Union Pacific will acquire Norfolk Southern in a stock and cash transaction that values Norfolk Southern at $320 per share. That's a 25% premium. The combined company would have an enterprise value of more than $250 billion. Now, they say this merger would create $2.75 billion in annual synergies within 3 years through a combination of $1.75 billion in revenue growth and $1 billion in cost savings. Railroads have been an integral part of building America since the Industrial Revolution. Yeah, this is the next step in advancing the industry, according to Union Pacific spokesperson. Yeah, imagine seamlessly hauling steel from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania to Colton, California, moving tomato paste from Huron, California to Fremont, Ohio, lumber from the Pacific Northwest, plastics from the Gulf Coast, copper from Arizona and Utah, soda ash from Wyoming. Right now, tens of thousands of railroaders are moving almost everything we use. You name it, and at some point, the railroad moved it, at least partially. The railroad will stretch 52,215 route miles, track winding through 43 states from the East Coast to the West Coast, serving about 100 ports. The combined company will deliver faster, more comprehensive freight service for U.S. shippers by eliminating interchange delays, opening new routes, expanding intermodal services, and reducing distance and transit time on some of the key rail corridors. All right, Norfolk Southern, like Union Pacific, is a railroad integral to the U.S. economy, a 200-year legacy of serving customers across 22 states in the eastern half of the nation, according to their CEO. Yeah, we're confident that the power of Norfolk Southern's franchise, diversified solutions, high-quality customers and partners, as well as skilled employees, will contribute meaningfully to America's first transcontinental railroad. All right, we've got Vina will be the CEO of the new combined railroad, who invoked President Abraham Lincoln, who created the Union Pacific in 1862 with the signing of the Pacific Railroad Act. This is transformational, enhancing the best freight transportation system in the world. It's a win for the American economy. It's a win for the people. Building on President Lincoln's vision of a transcontinental railroad from nearly 165 years ago, I'm confident this historic transaction will enhance competition to benefit customers, communities, and employers, at the same time delivering shareholder value. Now, they expect to file their application with the STB, they say, within 6 months, in which they'll describe how the combined rail network will provide safer, faster, more reliable service, increased competition. A pre-filing application of intent could come as soon as sometime later today, they say. That's the first official step in the merger evaluation timeline Both Eastern carriers, CSX, and reported possible merger partner Fort Worth, Texas-based BNSF. Neither of those offering comment this past day. It's like the entire review process. It could take close to 2 years. They say they want to have this locked in sometime in 2027. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
All right, and thank you to Gerald sharing the full update in regards to Carol Fuller Logistics shuttering operations after 71 years in business. Just the latest casualty in the industry. We'll give you more details on that coming up. Updates in regards to the shooting in New York. Right on cue, as anticipated, as Democrats continue to push for more gun control. In the wake of Monday evening's events in Manhattan, Dana Loesch says, let's make one thing clear. The weapon the shooter used was already illegal in New York City. The gunman broke the law because gun control laws don't work. Well, let me rephrase that, he says. They work as the left intends them to, which is to strip law-abiding citizens of their Second Amendment rights they do not work to stop criminals. And the left's insistence that they want to save just one life is a lie. They want to disarm us. Democrat Representatives Dan Goldman and Richie Torres have made that clear. New York passed what is known as the SAFE Act, precisely to ban the type of weapon that was used Monday evening. He points out they failed to stop crime because that's not the intended purpose. It is illegal to possess that gun in New York. He broke the law, or more accurately, New York City's gun control laws failed to stop the crime. There was some discussion last evening as to what type of guns are more often used in mass shootings in this country. Who was it? I thanked the individual yesterday morning that sent me that right there at the tail end of the show. Whoever that was, thank you once again. But this is research dating back from 1982 to 2024, just published about a week ago by Statistica Research, which states handguns are the most common weapon type used in mass shootings in the United States, with a total of 167 different handguns being used in 117 incidents between 1982 and September of 2024. These figures, calculated from a total of 151 reported cases over that period, meaning handguns are involved in about 78% of mass shootings. Next was the involvement of semi-automatic rifles. Owing to their use in several high-profile mass shootings, there's been much public discussion over the sustainability or necessity of these type, they call them assault weapons, for the purpose of self-defense. While any definition of assault weapon is contentious, semi-automatic rifles are generally the main focus on debates when that issue arises. Since 1982, there have been a known 65 mass shootings involving rifles, mostly semi-automatic. This figure is underreported, however, as it excludes the multiple semi-automatic and fully automatic rifles used in the 2017 Las Vegas Strip massacre, killing 58, wounding 546. In fact, semi-auto rifles were featured in 4 of the 5 deadliest mass shootings: the Orlando nightclub, Sandy Hook Elementary, Texas First Baptist Church massacre. Despite evidence of strict gun control measures reducing the frequency and severity in countries like Australia, citizens in the United States continue to be deeply divided over this issue. According to a survey about the expected impact of gun laws on the number of mass shootings, a slim majority of Americans believe gun control measures would have little to no effect. Most likely this opinion is influenced by the underlying commitment among many in the U.S. to the greater importance of protecting gun ownership rights versus limiting access. Now, this is in sharp contrast to many other developed countries. For example, most Canadians, they tell us, support a ban on civilian-owned firearms. Now, we did get some updates. What was the reasoning? What was behind? What was in this guy's brain when he carried out this heinous act Monday evening? He had a note, apparently, in his pocket, which he allegedly claimed to have CTE, the trauma to the head, the brain disorder. And he blamed the NFL. CTE is chronic traumatic encephalopathy. Breitbart News reported the shooter, identified as we know, 27-year-old Las Vegas man, the building in which he opened fire, housing the offices for Blackstone and the NFL. ABC News noted that note in his pocket, which claimed to have CTE, and asked for his brain to be studied for such. He also referenced the NFL in the note. Mayor Adams says it appears he's blamed the NFL for his injury. Now, keep in mind, when the first reports came in that he shot himself in the chest, I thought that was odd. Most people committing suicide would want it to be instantaneous, shot to the head. But obviously his statement of study the brain for CTE, he did not damage the brain, so it is fully intact. Now, he appeared intent to wreak havoc in the NFL offices, but I guess apparently there are various, what do they call them, elevator banks. In these larger buildings, one set of elevators would take you, say, from the first floor up to maybe the 20th. Another set of elevators would take you from 20 to 40 and things of that nature. He got on the elevator banks that did not take him to the actual floor where the NFL headquarters were. From our preliminary investigation, he took the wrong elevator bank. This elevator took him to the Rudin Management, and that is where he carried out additional shootings, took the lives of additional employees there. So the investigation goes on. Meanwhile, there were questions. How did he get the gun? Where was it purchased? Investigators plan to question a man who they say supplied parts for the gun that was used. Trying to target the NFL headquarters. We'll give you more on this. Was, I don't know, is it, what do they call them, a ghost gun, when you purchase various parts and assemble your own weapon? I believe that's the case, but all right, more to come after this. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Police are seeking an associate of the suspect behind the shooting that left 4 people dead in New York City on Monday. New York City Mayor Eric Adams says pieces of the semi-automatic rifle used in the killings were bought by an associate of suspect Shane Tamura, and detectives are working to ID that person. Reports say Tamura appeared to be targeting the NFL headquarters and had a note claiming he suffered from CTE, which is a brain disease linked to playing football. Tamura never played for the NFL. More than half of Americans disapprove of Israel's military actions in Gaza.
A new Gallup poll found only 32% of respondents approve of Israel's handling of Gaza, which marks the lowest point recorded since the question was first asked in November of 2023. Polling results diverge greatly along partisan lines, with Democratic support at a low of 8% compared to 71% of Republicans. I'm Chris Caraccio.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Thank you for the update. Buckeye Boy said he actually sent a text to his niece. Should make sure she made it back to her home. Waiting on a reply there. Of course, that's the one there in Hawaii that she had to go try to get the car from the ocean front to get it inland. Hello to Philip in Florida. Good morning. Good to have you on board. Gilligan checking in. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, cloudy and warm in Mayberry, a.k.a. Mount Airy, North Carolina. 78 degrees, no signs of Barney or Andy, though. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right, thanks for the update there. Finishing up where we left off, and we've heard in the news break several times that, looking into that, I don't know if you'd call it an accomplice, an associate of the individual who pulled off the shooting in New York Monday evening. The note obviously said that he suggested a grievance against the NFL over an unsubstantiated claim that he suffered from chronic traumatic encephalopathy, the brain disease linked to head trauma, Now, they did say two groups of detectives are on their way to Las Vegas to conduct interviews and execute a search on the shooter's home. The officers will also visit the gun store where he legally purchased a revolver on June the 12th using a Nevada concealed carry permit. Meanwhile, police in Manhattan executing search warrants on the gunman's car and the two phones that he left at the scene. Authorities have located the associate, they're saying, and intend to question him about the firearm purchase as part of a larger effort to trace his movements from Las Vegas to New York City. They said this information would give us a detailed picture of how and why this happened. But it will do nothing to ease the pain of losing one of our own. Now, the AR-style weapon assembled by Mr. Tomorrow was using a lower receiver, as they call it, that was purchased by an associate, which they say they have located that associate and others and will be questioning him about that purchase. Now, he was, of course, scheduled to appear at his overnight security job. He was working apparently at the Horseshoe Las Vegas there on Sunday, never showed up for work. Of course, at that point, he was making the journey across the country, headed to New York City, knowing exactly where he was intending to go. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Hump Day. Good morning, Plowboy.
Good morning, Steve. Yeah. Feel like it's going to get a little bit cooler. I don't know how truthful that is, but yeah, nice. Pretty nice night out here at the job here at the Big Blue Oval. Did he buy this AR, or did he get the pieces to
that's when they say that he purchased, someone else had purchased what they call, and I'm not that gun savvy, what a lower receiver is. Somebody like Pappy or maybe some other with gun knowledge. But if you purchase, I know you can purchase various pieces to assemble from various online sites, but I think the lower receiver is a part that has to have a serial number, like a full weapon would have to be traced who purchased it, when and where kind of thing. But I think ultimately that's kind of considered a ghost gun, I think.
Correct. Because there's some else. Can't they almost make them damn things with some type of a 3D printer anymore?
Some of the pieces, yes.
Some of them.
Yep.
Because I do remember years ago with some of my certain circles bitching and raising hell about that, trying to get that put a stop to, but you know how that happened. But had a caller last night. I got a question. I just can't keep from thinking how people cannot realize how we have been able to hold China off from coming on our coastline, across our borders, and taking us over. It's by the amount of guns and the hellions that own the damn things is what's kept us safe. I'm sorry for the people that do not want me to have an automatic. I could care less. But we're going to be safe. Your family's going to be safe. And hey, and it just, I remember, what was it, less than 10 years ago, help me, when that jackass out of New York, who would be wannabe governor up there, said we didn't need an AR to kill a deer. We're not trying to kill deers with these damn guns. We're trying to protect us and our country. That's the only reason why.
Right.
And like the Ford that went over down there on Bourbon Street New Year's Eve, 14 people dead. Hey, I guess it would have been preventable had it been a manual shift instead of an automatic. But some of these jackasses listen too much to the damn view and likes of Joy Behar and company. I'm sorry. It just, I've been upset over that ever since I heard that garbage last night. Steve, I thought, did that not happen? You were talking about what was going on up there in Russia. Did that not happen? How all them folks drowned over in Indonesia that year?
Yeah, there. I mean,
wasn't
it a Christmas Day tsunami? I think somewhere.
Yes, sir. It sure
yeah.
was. Thank you for bringing that one. Yeah, because I remember watching every moment on the TV because we were there in Alabama when that happened. But that's something you cannot do. And I remember hearing your daddy even talk about, he was even cussing the dum-dums down there in likes of Florida back there. Hell, that was a dang hurricane. I guess it went so low that it pulled it off. And everybody was running out there digging up crap. Well, yeah, you're going to lose your own crap out there if you do that too damn much because it's not good. But,
that was the offshore flow where the winds pushing offshore kind of like blew the water out of, wasn't it Tampa Bay? Where with the bay
yes,
was
sir.
Actually people walking out there in the mud, but that water's coming back.
Oh yeah. But it's just unimaginable because I guess people just don't think they want to be part of history. More thinking about it, they're going to be read about in history. That's the simple thing about it. I don't know. Have you seen anything like the likes of this? I did see where the shippers weren't too loving of this big merger. Have you seen that anywhere? Because it's something I was reading here this morning.
What, the railroad merger?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I don't like it, to tell you the truth, because the bigger we get, this would almost damn near be a monopoly, wouldn't it, in a way? So the only one that really left out of it is BNSF and CSX. I don't have good feelings because I remember years ago when I pulled a rock bucket. We were looking for loads, and hell, trains tend to lose freight in the middle of railroad yards. We were hauling all of our coal in the sunflower out here to keep electricity on in eastern Kansas because they could not forget how many damn cars that they had lost. And for the farmers or the agriculture, I look for mortal hell to be raised about this because there's times we can't even get a grain car. We fight with across the country. We fight with the North and South railroads, and we just can't get our grain on the train. Hell, that's the reason why we went to dumping it in the damn river and putting it on the barge. But, I hate to bounce around. Steve, I do have a question. Do you think this 8.8 you said it was?
Yes.
Do you think that would trigger anything like the volcano that could go off or the earthquake like coming down that Pacific coast?
They often say that a major shaking like this in one part of the world can impact other faults and trigger other events elsewhere. I did see a post where like the seismographs actually picked that 8.8 quake in Russia up. The seismographs in Kentucky actually picked it up. All right, 844-844-3388. Let me see. Pappy's on board. I was just looking at your email there, kind of talking about the weapon used there in New York. So I know, what is a lower receiver, I guess, would be my first question.
Well, you kind of explained it pretty well. AR comes in basically two sections, the lower receiver and the upper receiver. The lower receiver is what has the serial number on it.
Okay.
So even if it doesn't have the barrel, the upper receiver usually has the barrel and the chamber. Lower receiver has the trigger mechanism, so to speak, the stock, the handguard, all the components that actually work the trigger. If you buy a lower receiver, you have to go through a background check. In other words, if you just go to a gun store, usually gun stores don't usually just sell lower and upper receivers. They will sell you the whole rifle.
Right.
But there are companies out there that will sell you, for somebody that maybe wants to purchase a lower receiver, but they want to put a different upper receiver on it because maybe they want different handguards or a different barrel length or a different type of barrel. So they'll purchase a low receiver and then purchase a different type of upper receiver that matches. The low receiver, which has a serial number, that's for the ATF. You can buy upper receivers all day long without no background check. If that explains things. A ghost gun, Steve, is one of these guns that are printed off one of these 3D printers that are been out for a while.
Okay.
Where if somebody has a fairly expensive 3D printer, right, you can program that printer to print out all the parts and make the parts for that firearm. Usually they're made in plastic. They don't have too many 3D printers that are able to punch out metal parts, right? Okay. You're really getting into some sophistication then. But with that said, these guns are highly unreliable. When you put these guns together, there's tolerances that need to be met. It's like putting the engine back together. It's like taking apart an engine of a car and putting it back together, man. You know, if things aren't lining up right and milled out right, carburetor ain't tuned right, and it ain't gonna run.
It
right?
ain't gonna work. Yeah.
Yeah. So, hey, watching. I added in that email too. I'll just throw it out there. I don't think this guy had any kind of formal training. Just the way he was carrying the firearm. There was a sling on it, looked like a 1-point sling. And why didn't he utilize the sling? He could have used that sling. He could have zipped that coat up. And it really would have been concealed. Maybe the bottom of the barrel might have been hanging out, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know why he didn't utilize his sling. It tells me he's not really trained at all. His finger appeared to be inside the trigger guard, which anybody with experience, when you're just walking, right, you're going to see that finger extended out alongside the frame of the gun. So I don't know. He did have a scope on it, or an optics rather, looked like a red dot, had a flashlight on the end of it. So he tricked it out a little bit. That's probably what they were talking about, is maybe if he bought this low receiver from somebody else, they want to know who sold it to him, I guess. I don't know Nevada's laws. Here in Ohio, you can still purchase a firearm from another individual, a private sale, so to speak. Hey, Steve, I got this shotgun. You want to buy it? Sure, Pappy, bring it on over. So, you know, and Steve being the gun guy I am, man, a lot of Second Amendment guys would probably tear me up with this, but the private sale from person to person, I don't know. Maybe that needs to be looked at. It's no different if you buy a vehicle, right? You got to go to the BMV, transfer the title,
right?
Mm-hmm. I think that should probably, I don't know if it's going to really help matters much, but it might solve the problem where you got somebody that is not able to purchase a firearm legally, right? He's going to go into the gun store. He's going to get turned down for whatever reason. He's got criminal history. But he can pick up the want ads and find that gun somebody selling out of their home, drive over to his house and buy it. They do make laws, though. If you sell a firearm in a personal sale to somebody that is not allowed to purchase that firearm, they will hold you accountable. But, so I don't know, if you're going to, I have no problem if I want to buy or sell a firearm, is take it to a gun store, right? Get it transferred into this guy's name. I don't know if that would help. I don't know if you've seen my little post on your Facebook account, but Steve, I think I solved the problem with this mass shooting type stuff.
Yeah.
We'll just ban murder. Let's just ban murder, right? If we ban murder, there won't be no murders.
That's a novel idea.
Like if we ban firearms, everybody's liberals say, hey, we just banned all these guns, it'll solve the problem. Okay, well, let's just ban murder. Idiots. All right, Steve, I've been watching the Weather Channel here. Not too much is happening in Hawaii. I guess they're saying this thing's going to come in 3 phases, 3 waves.
Okay.
And they did say the first wave that hit Midway was pretty small. Really wasn't much to even issue a warning. But the third wave that came in was bigger, and they decided to issue a warning due to that third wave. Now, this first wave already hit Hawaii, and they're showing live shots of the beaches, and there's really, you can't really tell much of a change at all in the rise of the water on the beaches. But they said, hey, this was only the first wave, and this can take several hours between the first and the last wave, and they're expecting 3 waves.
Okay.
So we'll see. So just kind of keeping an eye on that. I'll finish rolling squares. Figured I'd go out on the deck and see if I can spot me a meteor. What do you think?
Yeah, I've been trying to gander up during the news breaks, and it's kind of, I don't know, I guess we get some hazy conditions, high level. I'm not seeing a whole lot of stars anyway.
Well, Steve, it's clear. I just walked out here now. It was so nice tonight, or today. I figured it'd be a nice, clear night, but yeah, there's a haze out here. But I don't know. We'll sit out here for a little while, see what happens. All right, my man. Appreciate you taking the call. I don't know. Anything else comes to mind, I'll give you a shout back. But I appreciate you taking the call. Everybody be safe.
All right. Thanks for the info. And, yeah, have a good night. It is the twin meteor showers, which at this hour should be at their peak, their pinnacle. Of course, the Perseid meteor shower has been ongoing for a week or two now. That one will be peaking here. I think that's still another week or two away. So it's almost like there's 3 simultaneous meteor showers going on together tonight. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Yeah, I was kind of scouring through from the Weather Channel or AccuWeather, when the Tsunami Warning Center said, indeed, they confirmed a tsunami was generated. Yeah, waves between 3 to 10 feet above tide levels. Hawaii, Chile, Japan, Solomon Islands. Waves greater than 9 meters along parts of Russia and Ecuador. Now that's getting up there. Tsunami warning, of course, remains in effect for Hawaii, Alaska's Aleutian Islands, California, Oregon, Washington. The U.S. territory of Guam is under a tsunami watch, while the threat, they say, is evaluated. But what we saw, again, it was, for those maybe just getting their day started, it was an 8.8 earthquake, the largest quake in the world in the last 14 years off the coast of Russia. And when the earthquake shifts the ocean floor, pushing a massive column of water up or down, that sends movement, waves racing outward. Now, if the quake is strong enough, usually it would be a magnitude 7 or greater, and close to the surface, the resulting tsunami can bring water surging onto coastlines. Any earthquake with a magnitude greater than 7.0 poses a tsunami risk, even thousands of miles away from the epicenter, they explain. So, of course, the sirens had been sounding across all the Hawaiian Islands as part of the state's emergency warning system. People had been evacuating coastal areas. Although not all major earthquakes lead to tsunamis, the risk has to be taken serious until the threat has passed, they say. In this case, we know that timing-wise, that first wave is now, as Pappy mentioned, past, but several waves yet to come. So still under alert, be vigilant. All right, as we roll toward Newsbreak, operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong.
For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. New York City Mayor Eric Adams says he believes the gunman who shot and killed 4 people at a Manhattan office building on Monday was targeting the NFL.
Shane Tamura, a 27-year-old with a history of mental illness, showed up at a Midtown high-rise housing NFL headquarters slinging an assault rifle. Mayor Adams believes Tamura was gunning for the Football League office but took the wrong elevator bank.
We have reason to believe that he was focused on the NFL.
A suicide note found on Tamura expressed hostility toward the NFL. The shooter played high school football in L.A. and believed that CTE, the brain disease linked to too many blows to the head, may have caused his problems. He wrote, "Please study brain for CTE." I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
President Trump is threatening to raise tariffs on Indian imports.
According to the president, they are going to pay 25% if the allied nations cannot secure a trade agreement. U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer told CNBC that an elusive India trade agreement would require more discussion between the two countries, and it comes after Trump has previously called America's trade relationship with India very tough. I'm Brian Shook.
Former President Barack Obama is out with a rare statement on the situation in Gaza.
Posting on X this past Sunday, Obama noted that Gazans are dying of starvation. He said even if a ceasefire with Israel and a hostage release agreement cannot be reached, food, water, and other necessities must be allowed into the besieged enclave. Monday, President Trump said this.
Some of those kids that's real starvation stuff. I see it. And you can't fake that.
President Trump and Israel have both claimed that Hamas is stealing critical supplies meant for the region. Trump, however, said Monday that the U.S. will move to establish food centers in the Gaza Strip. I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Tesla and Samsung have agreed to a $16.5 billion deal to manufacture AI chips in Texas.
Tesla's CEO Elon Musk confirmed the news on X, calling it a deal with strategic importance hard to overstate. The A16 chips will anchor Tesla's push into autonomous driving and robotics, including its fledgling robotaxi service. Questions remain about how quickly Tesla can deliver on its long-promised goal of fully autonomous driving. Ira Spitzer, San Francisco.
A new study suggests that eggs can actually lower cholesterol, which runs counter to the decades-old advice to limit egg consumption because it would raise your risk of heart disease and stroke.
But a paper published in the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition adds to the growing evidence eggs are good for you. Researchers say while the popular breakfast food may be high in cholesterol, they're low in saturated fat, which is believed to be the real driver of cholesterol elevation. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A big new trend in weddings.
According to the Knot.com, the average cost of a wedding for 100 guests is now $33,000, with nearly 34% of couples paying for some of the wedding, about 17% paying for all of it. With that, the wedding report says 18% of all weddings are now going micro. That's a guest list of 50 or less. And that reduction is reflected in the cost, with the average micro nuptials running less than $10,000. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong.
For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, another hour underway. As we make our way into a brand new day, 30th day of July, there's one to go here in July. So as we pretty much conclude the month, we have additional rounds of severe storms, heavy downpours will deluge parts of the central and eastern states, following that long-lasting complex of damaging thunderstorms or derecho that swept across Iowa Monday evening. Additional severe weather will be affecting multiple zones over the plains and Midwest, expanding into the east prior to the end of the week here. So for the day ahead, Wednesday, the likelihood of some severe weather will extend over parts of the same area as this past day in the central states, primarily west of the Mississippi River. Areas from south central Montana, central Wyoming, and eastern Colorado to much of Missouri will be in the zone. In the central states, there will be a region where repeated heavy downpours are expected, significantly increasing the risk of flash flooding through Wednesday night. That would extend from southern South Dakota and northeast Nebraska to northwest Indiana and southwest Michigan. So the flood risk, not limited to, but areas that have already received heavy rain earlier this week, several additional inches of rain may come down in some communities. East of the Mississippi, the likelihood of at least some severe thunderstorm activity will extend from Illinois to Massachusetts and even Maine for the day ahead. Some of our major interstates, which will see slower travel, portions of I-64, 70, 80, 90, as well as a large part of the I-95 corridor there in the northeast. Meanwhile, back to the phones on a Hump Day. Philip joins us. Still cooking in Florida. I see you still have some of those excessive heat warnings down there. I mean, your heat indices have been like 110 to 115.
Yeah, yesterday afternoon I was working at the Polynesian resort there, and everybody was telling me it was 112 is what the indices was saying it was. We were in the upper 90s. And then I get home, Steve, last night, and when I backed the car in the driveway, I looked over toward the north, and I seen this thunderstorm bank that was building over to the north. I told my wife, I said, when I walked in, I said, well, I think there's going to be a storm here in a second, because you could see it building over toward the north, and it got pretty bad there for a second. It never did rain by us, but, man, we had some heck of a lightning, and it's been kind of crazy. I mean, the lightning, it's extending out quite a ways from these storms now, everybody thinks they see a storm far away, that lightning ain't going to hit them. I mean, we had an incident down here on the beach. A gentleman got hit, and the storm was 20 miles away from him, and lightning hit him on the beach and killed the man. And, you got to be careful when you see it building down here. It's pretty bad. I want to comment on what Pappy just said there a second ago, and he was talking about the different gun receivers and different things. I think we're kind of a product of our own thing with technology. Everybody out there that's listening to me right now has the availability, if they have a cell phone or a computer, to pull up information about how to build about anything in the world, just about.
Yeah.
And what kind of machinery you need for it, what kind of metal you need, plans. I mean, in certain cases, you have this 3D printing thing where you can actually download programs that it's setups for it that you can just run your stuff off yourself. The problem with it is when you start looking at the different material that you need to build stuff with, the raw materials. Certain things have to require certain kinds of metal, and that's, I think, the reason why those ghost guns are not really, because they're building them out of plastic and stuff, is it's inferior. You know, I mean, if you look at most of the handguns out there, they're made out of steel and metal and different alloys and whatnot, and a lot of the firing mechanisms and stuff, and that's why I think there's so much down on the lower receiver of the guns, is because the mechanisms in them are so complicated and they need to be machined correctly, and you need to have the proper metals to do it. And making it out of plastic, I don't care what anybody says, you can make whatever you want out of carbon fiber. I know I see this on a daily basis at work because we deal with it a lot with our trains. You can make whatever you want out of carbon fiber, and carbon fiber is going to fail. Same way with plastic, it's going to fail. The only thing, sure and true thing, is steel and metal and aluminum and whatnot. That's what's going to do it. I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is. But a lot of it is too, people don't know the proper processes in knowing how to heat treat and treat metal, and that's another game in itself that's very expensive. And just people don't have that ability to get that kind of machinery to do that kind of stuff with. That's something that the government has tried to do over the years. They've tried to regulate that part of the industry with making firearms. But a lot of these guys, these smart tech guys, they're figuring out different ways to do things, you know. I mean, who would think that you'd make a rocket bell for, you know, an exhaust for a rocket engine? You would make it 3D printed, which Elon Musk is doing it right now. And there's a lot of them that are doing it. About the comments about the waves. Steve, do you listen to the weather radio any up there in Ohio?
Like the NOAA weather radio? Not really, no.
Okay, well, a lot of people don't do it now. I mean, we have the technology now. We can pull up an app and look at a weather app and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
But if you ever listen to the NOAA radio and you're near any kind of major bodies of water, like, say, the Great Lakes or the ocean or the Gulf, you're near any of these major bodies of water, they will give a boater's report, and they will tell you the seconds in between the waves, okay? And what it is they have a buoy system that's located in all the major waterways around the world. There's buoys everywhere, and they've got them tied into the NOAA weather radio system, and you can actually hear the size of the waves because they're measuring them from buoys. We do it all the time down here during hurricanes when they met. You remember we've talked about surge, tidal surge?
Absolutely.
You know, with hurricanes?
Yeah.
All right, so it's the same way. That's how we measure all that stuff. And I don't think a lot of people pay attention to the NOAA radio weather channels. I do it all the time. If I get into a situation, I get a bad thunderstorm or whatnot, and I've got my little Midland weather radio, which is it's not a very expensive unit to buy. Anybody can buy them. You can buy them at Ace Hardware. You can buy them at a lot of different places. And that little weather radio will help you out immensely. And it will help you out telling you about waves. It will tell you about, you know, flooding. It will tell you all the, you know, tornado reports. I mean, it's just it's a wealth of information that a lot of people don't use anymore. I mean, it's kind of like AM radio, Steve, you know, the way it sounds and everything. And
yes.
It's totally a computer talking. It has been for many years. And, but it's something that I wanted to let everybody know about when I heard Pappy talking about waves and you talking about waves and whatnot. It's something that, not just for waves, but for weather. It gives you another source of information in case you get into a storm. And by the way, guys, if you buy one of these little Midland radios, they're battery operated. So you don't have to worry about if you lose your power. You know what I mean? It's awesome stuff. Steve, you talked a little bit about the merger with the big railroads. Have you talked about that?
Yes, we did. Yeah, $85 billion deal?
Absolutely. I heard a little bit of it last night on the news before I went to bed with UP and BNSF. I'm not sure if CSX is going to be in that deal or not, but if you look at the layout of the tracks they got across the United States, I mean, it's going to be from east to west, which it already pretty much is that way now. The only thing is now they just transfer it from one to the other if they're, transferring a shipment. But this is a big deal, folks. You need to watch it. I mean, you can't bring the train to your front door, but that train in the intermodal section of transportation can make it where trucks don't have to spend as much money on a truck moving all over the place. And a lot of people don't realize that, I mean, it's cheaper for UPS to put a truck on a train in, say, Chicago and bring that train south, bring it down here and drop it in a major city, have a truck pick the trailer up. You see what I mean, Steve?
Right.
It's cutting out a lot of unnecessary movement. And I think it's gonna streamline transportation a lot more. But it is a big deal. It is a really big deal that we all need to watch. I mean, just like FedEx with airplanes, UPS with airplanes. I mean, there's a lot of cargo outfits out there that are using airplanes to overnight stuff. And demand is there. And when there's demand, there's money. So, but that's my comments for tonight, buddy. I appreciate you having me, and I hope everybody has a great night. I'll talk to you later.
Hey, good to hear from you. Find a way to stay cool down there. Another scorcher of a day on tap there in the Sunshine State. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with SpeedMax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's SpeedMax. SpeedMax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Welcome back. Good to have you along for the ride. Midweek already upon us. Morning, Buckwheat. Happy Hump Day.
Good morning, Steve. Yeah, it's a hump day. So the problem is the first part of the hump, I don't do as much work as I do the second part of the hump. So, but anyways, yeah, yesterday was my off day, and I was scouring around, and I caught this blurb on the news about the EPA is going to be changing the emission standards for the vehicles, so the light duty, heavy duty, medium duty trucks and everything. And the I mean, I'm glad for it, but you know, they said there was a phrase in there that once they change the science, they're going to set the standards. And it was like, well, I thought science, you can't change it. You got to trust the science. And, you know, but Lee Zeldin is, said that, you know, they're going to change the science and set up the EPA, you know, standards. And so, yeah, I don't know what that's going to do to the truck emissions and stuff that, you know, people have bought these high emission trucks and now they don't need to be as clean as they were before. But anyhow, it probably means if a Democrat gets back in, they'll change it back to the way it was before.
Yeah, likely.
So, you know, I'm not sure what, you know, yeah, but we'll wait and see what happens. But yeah, I think it'll make the cost of the vehicles cheaper too. You know, if it can stay put. But yeah. So anyhow, yeah, talking about the heat. Yesterday when I hopped in I had my truck in the body shop, and so I had a rental, my pickup truck, and had to fix that turkey it damaged the turkey I hit at the beginning of the month when I was on vacation. And when I hopped in, it said 111 degrees, the temperature. It was sitting out in the sun, so, you know, I was like, wow, that's getting a little bit up there. But anyhow, I'm looking forward to this weekend. A local weather forecast is something in about like 79 degrees on Saturday or something like that. Like, wow, that's going to be pretty nice. And all next week, extended forecast is in the low to mid 80s, and so yeah, fall's coming. I'm glad. You know, I don't like heat, and yeah, but Ashton there, he went to camp yesterday, and we got a call from them about 11 o'clock, or no, I guess it's 10 o'clock, that he threw up. And it's like, oh, okay. So I started to go up there to go pick him up. My wife thought about it a little bit, and she called him and said, hey, was he by any chance outside and came in and drank a bunch of water? And he said, well, yeah, he was. Well, Ashton does not handle the heat well either. He actually don't really sweat. So, yeah, so we decided it's just from the heat. And, well, my Prima Wheat there was cleaning his room, and she had went grocery shopping Monday evening, and she come up there, and here he had a whole case of those juice boxes that was empty, and a whole bag of chips that were empty. So I think that he was overeating a little bit and over drinking the sugary and salty snacks there, and that's probably more of the reason why his stomach was going in reverse there. But anyhow, when he finds something that he likes, he don't have no stopping on him. And, well, I guess I can blame that on Pop too, because when I get something that I like, it's hard to stop too, but, you know. But anyhow, so, yeah, that's, I don't have too much to say, you know. Things are, hey, as far as I know, we're busy. I still have a full load of freight to go to New York City to feed the people up here. And one of the news things that I seen, they were surprised that nobody said anything. Like, nobody called 911 when this shooter walked into the building. And I don't find that too surprising, because when I first went up there to New York City and delivering, and Oh, you had the ambulances and the fire trucks, sirens going, they go down the street. I said something to the customers, hey, the fire truck just went past. And they're like, what? What do you mean, the fire truck? I said, the fire truck, the sirens are going at, 20 feet away from you, and it don't even register to them. They're just in their worlds, and they don't worry about stuff. And when people are walking the streets, even if they're not even looking at their phone, they have their heads down. And
right.
It's not amazing to me that nobody notified 911 that seen a guy walking down the street with a gun. But yeah, I like Pappy's deal there to ban murder. That's pretty good. I think, but isn't that sort of what we do? That murder is illegal already? But anyhow, that's yeah.
Last I checked, that is
maybe
correct.
Maybe that'll get the Democrats to realize that banning the guns is not the answer. It's the people behind the guns. That's the problem, and too many people have access to stuff that they can do stupid things with a knife or a car or a truck or anything like that. So yeah, it's just a tool, and tool's only as good as the person using it. So anyhow, all right. Well, that's all I have. I'll speak at you later.
Hey, good to hear from you. Thanks for the update. I hope Ashton has a good time there at camp. Doing the summer camp thing, right? Now, he mentioned environmental regulations. Yeah, that was a big announcement. Yeah, according to the EPA administrator, in his words, he said this would be the largest deregulatory action in the history of America. They're going to roll back the foundation for many of the rules that the Environmental Protection Agency imposed, dating back to the Obama administration. The EPA issued the findings after a 2007 Supreme Court ruling that said greenhouse gases are pollutants, falling under the Clean Air Act. Subsequently, in 2009, President Obama at the time gave the EPA the power to establish emission standards for sources that it could show have an impact on health. During Tuesday's appearance of a podcast known as Ruthless, Zeldin explained why his agency is going to repeal these rules. More on that ahead. All right, got a new day coming your way. Hump Day. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. New York City Mayor Eric Adams says he believes the gunman who shot and killed 4 people at a Manhattan office building on Monday was targeting the NFL.
Shane Tamura, a 27-year-old with a history of mental illness, showed up at a Midtown high-rise housing NFL headquarters, slinging an assault rifle. Mayor Adams believes Tamura was gunning for the Football League office but took the wrong elevator bank.
We have reason to believe that he was focused on the NFL.
A suicide note found on Tamura expressed hostility toward the NFL. The shooter played high school football in L.A. and believed that CTE may have caused his problems. He wrote, "Please study brain for CTE." I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 204 points. The S&P 500 shed 18 points. The Nasdaq fell 80 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Thank you much. Welcome back. And good morning to Rick there in Columbus. Up and at 'em. Yeah, what day is it? Yeah, hump day. You're right there. And Eagle, what's on your mind here? Good morning.
Hello?
Hey, we got you. Go ahead, Eagle.
Hello?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, hey, let me say this right quick. I'm not going to waste my time talking about what happened in New York, because it's obvious that that people don't care about it. Judging by what happened last night, I don't appreciate that. What happened last night. So I'm not going to say nothing. So the next time it happens, just remember what I said. And now I'll move on to another subject. We'll talk about what happened with Donald Trump and his situation. I told you the other day, Steve, about Donald Trump. Donald Trump is his own worst enemy at this point when it comes to the Epstein files. I told you what he needed to do, and apparently he's not doing that. I told you that he needs to stop answering questions when they asked him about it, and now he answered another question today and only dug a hole even deeper. And then what he's in right now, the man asked him a question about Epstein and why their relationship broke up, why they broke up the relationship. And Donald Trump, he made probably one of the worst mistakes he made. He said that the man stole one of the women that used to work for him in his massage parlor that he had. Epstein took the girl, employee, and she went to go work for him. Donald Trump said he had warned Epstein about taking his people away from him, his employees away from him. And instead of saying that, he said that he stole one of his people. Now, those people on CNN and other TV stations jumping all over that. Now he got another problem because they're making it look like Donald Trump was trying to sell these women into the prostitution, into the deal that they were doing. So now he got another problem. By just, if you'd have kept his mouth closed, it would have said, hey, I'm not answering no questions about Epstein. Like I said the other day, he would have had his problem. Now he got a real problem because this girl, one of the girls that died, committed suicide earlier this year or something, was the girl that he was talking about. She was only 14 or 15 years old, working as a masseuse in one of Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago, and she went to go work for Epstein. So now Trump really got some heat on him now, when he should have just forgot all about it. Now, moving to another subject with Russia. Vladimir Putin has finally made some comments, and they're not good comments of what he said, because Donald Trump told the man that he had 10 to 15 days to make a deal, or the tariffs and all these, well, not tariffs, but all these sanctions was going to go into effect. And just like I figured, Vladimir Putin said, he finally came out and said it, that Donald Trump doesn't put a clock on him, and he doesn't put a clock on Russia. And that's what any man would say from any country, no matter where they're from. You can't try to talk to him like you're a little kid, a little boy, instead of trying to sit down at the table with this man, with Vladimir Putin, and doing it the right way. You can't make ultimatums like that. And now we got an even more dangerous situation because Vladimir Putin is talking about using nuclear weapons. And I told you this a couple of weeks ago, Steve, when Donald Trump said that him and his other countries going to get involved with giving Ukraine missiles. What would that guy say? He's already clearly said that if Ukraine sends a missile into Moscow, into Russia, he's holding the U.S. just as responsible as Ukraine, because we're the ones that gave him the damn weapons. So we digging an even deeper hole. So like I said before, Donald Trump needs to cut off all connections with Ukraine as far as I'm concerned. The hell with them. They got involved in the fight. They got into a fight that they shouldn't have got in to begin with, because it's a David versus Goliath. It's a fight that they'll never win with Ukraine unless the United States totally gets involved. And if the United States gets totally involved, you know what happens, and I know what happens. So it's a bad, dangerous, very dangerous situation we got right now with Russia, and it all could have been avoided if Donald Trump would have just told Ukraine to hell with you, and you're on your own. But he didn't do that. So now you see what we got. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Some of our, was he listening to the left again today? What are you talking about? Just to hell with them. They didn't start the fight. They didn't start it. All right. There you go. Back to Lee Zeldin. The largest deregulatory action in the history of America. Said a lot of people out there, they might not know what the endangerment finding is. If you were to ask congressional Democrats to describe what it is, the left would say it means that carbon dioxide is a pollutant. carbon dioxide is an endangerment to human health. They might say methane is a pollutant. Methane is an endangerment to human health. That's an oversimplified, inaccurate way to describe it. He said, leaps of liberal logic were the true foundation of some of these EPA rules. The Obama administration said carbon dioxide, when mixed with a bunch of other well-mixed gases, greenhouse gases, that it contributes to climate change. How much? Well, they don't say. It's more than zero. And they say that climate change endangers human health. So because of these different mental leaps, and by the way, when it's carbon dioxide mixed with all these well-mixed gases, they were only looking at mobile sources like vehicles. But a bunch of these greenhouse gases aren't even emitted from vehicles. Now, why does all this matter? Well, then there were all sorts of vehicle regulations that followed. Now, the co-hosts called the finding the hub to the spoke of the left's environmental agenda. Zeldin agreed. This has been referred to as basically driving a dagger into the heart of the climate change religion. The environmental extremists have had their way. Most Americans, we care about the environment. We all want clean air, land, and water. Conservatives love the environment. We want to be good stewards. Yeah, there are people who then in the middle, in the name of climate change, are willing to actually bankrupt the country. In the name of environmental justice, they'll get tens of billions of dollars appropriated to their friends rather than actually remediating environmental issues. So they created this so-called endangerment finding. And then they could put all these regulations on vehicles and airplanes, stationary sources, to basically regulate out of existence, in many cases, a lot of forms of segments of our economy, and it cost Americans a lot of money. It is a big deal. Now, it's one agency in 1 year doing more deregulation than the entire federal government across all agencies, across entire presidencies, when you look back in history. That's how much of a mess that we inherited here. It's because the left went so far overboard. These environmental regulations, I saw that it's sucking something like $1 trillion out of the American economy. But I digress. Good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. You don't want to get me started on the carbon cycle. I mean, I do not know where these idiots come up with. They must have missed their sixth grade science class, is all I can say, because what they want to do is to regulate everything. It has nothing to do with the science or anything else. But without carbon, there is no life on Earth. We'll be a desolate planet like Mars or whatever. And the carbon is the one thing that it goes from a gas to a solid to a liquid, and it just does that all naturally, just as long as we let it work. And then it has a job to do with each one of them. And really what they want, do you remember that old cap and trade thing that they used to talk about?
Yes.
With the carbon and the carbon. Well, what a lot of people didn't realize is the cap part of that cap and trade was they'd say, oh, you're in this industry, so you can only emit X amount of emissions, carbon emissions. So that meant if you had a trucking company and they told you, okay, you're up to the limit on the amount of emissions that for this year, you either have to shut down or you have to go to these carbon exchanges and buy these carbon credits. Now, if you went to the carbon exchange and bought these carbon credits and kept running, how did that help the environment? I never could understand that. And they have all these credits, wetland credits and I remember when I used to go by the Wisconsin Dells up there, they had great big signs out there, wetland credits for sale. And so I'm thinking, now, how are those wetland credits up there in Wisconsin? What are they doing for the Florida Everglades where the developer wants to build houses? And like I said, I'm digressing here a little bit, preaching to the choir, and I really just need to get off that subject. But I understand where the EPA is coming from right now. They do not, the rules that they have in place, they do nothing for the environment, just to make the short story of it. And today, as I was out mowing the yard, tried to, before the heat of the day got there, I wanted to get that out of the way. And you were talking about that deal with Epstein. I happen to think about, I forgot what that movie was. It came out around Christmas time. Remember the guy that made a movie about all this child trafficking and everything? Shoot, I was going to look that up, but he showed the whole child trafficking thing that was going on. And I know PBS actually had a documentary years ago, and George W. Bush, his guy that was on the UN committee about all this child trafficking and everything, his name showed up. I was thinking it was on the D.C. Madam list, and he was from Indianapolis. And they asked him, well, why was that? And you were talking about that young masseuse there that Trump said was stolen from him by Epstein. Anyway, this person, that whoever it was there, he said to the people, I said, well, I do that all the time. I get these massages from these Mexican girls back in Indianapolis. Well, that didn't ring too much of a bell to most people, but they have some pretty expensive country clubs around here, and they have pretty good masseuses there. So I don't know a masseuse. So I don't know why he would be paying little Mexican girls to do that, because most, actually a real massage artist is quite, they're quite skilled in, getting your bones loosened up and all that other type of stuff. So it just struck me as odd. So like I said last night, Epstein was just one of them. If people want to dig into that, and all these people are talking about it, the Republicans in Congress have said, okay, if you want to investigate this, let's just not look at Epstein. Let's just back up and look at everything. And I don't know how well that would go over. But what I really called about was, did you see where the UK said they were going to recognize the Palestinian state?
Yes, right.
And France had already done that. The only thing that is doing is is encouraging the Houthis and Hamas and Hezbollah. And that totally upsets the whole diplomatic thing of the world, because those are not recognized entities like the Palestinian state. I didn't know there was a Palestinian state. I know it's kind of like, like we have Indian reservations and all that here in the United States, but they're not considered an actual state. And that's kind of the way Israel set that up whenever the Palestinians said they didn't want their own state, that they could just live with the Israelis, which they didn't any more than get the Israeli state started. And the Arabs all decided that they would attack the Israelis and push them into the sea. Well, it's been about 70, 80 years now, and they haven't done it yet. It hasn't worked too well. And why as our supposed NATO allies to come out and say something like that and make life miserable for everybody else? And whenever you look at when the UK said that, I believe that London and other parts of Britain, they actually have Sharia law in effect there, which is not consistent with any of the democratic principles.
Yep.
And France, I believe they burned, what was it, the Church of Notre Dame or something, because somebody made a cartoon, and on it goes. So why are these people the NATO allies, why are they wanting to recognize people that are doing that instead of putting the blame where it is, instead of blaming the Israelis? And I did see an interview with Mike Huckabee, and he even laid that even more. And they're making a big deal about the humanitarian crisis over there. Well, I don't know if this would work or not, but I just thought instead of having these big airdrops and everything else, maybe they just need to start a kind of a Meals on Wheels thing and just go to where these Palestinians are actually living and just making food deliveries directly to them, and get our tunnel warfare people, clear out those tunnels and make sure they aren't being used by Hamas and like the United Nations, UNRWA. Let's just see where all the terrorists are there within Israel. And the other thing is, I don't know what it's going to take for this government to say, look, we're going to open up the Suez Canal, and why Egypt wouldn't get in on the act, because Egypt is losing a lot of revenue, that Suez Canal not being open. And all these shippers are having to pay all this extra money for taking a long route. So I said, I just don't understand. I don't understand any of this stuff that's going on. And the only thing that I can say is like when somebody says they're going to recognize some unofficial provisional government, that is totally, I guess you would say, a violation of international law, because you have to be a state to have or a country to have diplomatic relations. So I don't understand why the people there in NATO and the United Nations don't understand where they believe that they can recognize a provisional government, and why they're making life so more miserable for the Israelis and also for the Palestinians at the same time. And Hamas started as a humanitarian organization, and they gradually took over the Palestinian Authority. And it's just one thing after another. And I won't even get into what's happening in Thailand and Cambodia. That's supposed to be settled down, but I don't even know what that fight was all about.
Right.
But
I saw some headlines about that, but I haven't paid a whole lot of attention. I don't know if Rain Man has any answers, but he's back in the U.S. now. Hey, we got to move ahead. We got to get a quick time out.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong.
For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
righty, coming up, who we got on board? Scrapyard. Be checking in. Gilligan. Senior Heatwave here on a hump day. We're rapidly rolling toward the midnight hour on the West Coast. Yeah, just came across a story where they're saying in the state of Wyoming, these big artificial intelligence data centers that are being built in various states around the country that consume incredible amounts of electricity. Well, yesterday, the mayor of Cheyenne, in announcing plans for an AI center that would consume more electricity than all the homes in the state combined. A joint venture between the energy infrastructure company Tallgrass and the AI data center developer Crusoe would start at 1.8 gigawatts and scale up to an eventual 10 gigawatts of power use. Yeah, the project's energy demands are hard to overstate for the state. Yeah, with the initial 1.8 gigawatt phase consuming 15.8 terawatt hours annually. Now, that is more than 5 times the electricity used by every household in the state combined, they say. That figure represents 91% of the 17.3 terawatt hours consumed by all of Wyoming's residential, commercial, and industrial sectors combined. At the full 10 gigawatt capacity, this proposed data center would consume 87.6 terawatt hours of electricity every year. That's twice what the state generates currently. How is this going to be possible? Now, I had just come across that I had already printed up a story, which we'll give you more on in the next hour. The headline is How the Booming Growth of Artificial Intelligence Data Centers is Straining the Largest U.S. Power Grid. Are we setting ourselves up for catastrophe here? All right, more to come after this. Veterans, you save $750 on your lease deposit with Tel. Honor your service with the partner who supports you. Tel360.com.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Police are seeking an associate of the suspect behind the shooting that left 4 people dead in New York City on Monday. New York City Mayor Eric Adams says pieces of the semi-automatic rifle used in the killings were bought by an associate of suspect Shane Tamura, and detectives are working to ID that person. Reports say Tamura appeared to be targeting the NFL headquarters and had a note claiming he suffered from CTE, which is a brain disease linked to playing football. Tamura never played for the NFL. More than half of Americans disapprove of Israel's military actions in Gaza.
A new Gallup poll found only 32% of respondents approve of Israel's handling of Gaza, which marks the lowest point recorded since the question was first asked in November of 2023. Polling results diverge greatly along partisan lines, with Democratic support at a low of 8% compared to 71% of Republicans. I'm Chris Coraggio.
20 Democratic-led states are suing the Trump administration over an attempt to gather sensitive information about people who receive food stamps.
The states allege that the Department of Agriculture is improperly trying to get sensitive personal information after the department demanded Social Security numbers and home addresses of SNAP recipients. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins has previously said President Trump is rightfully requiring the federal government to have access to all programs it funds. I'm Brian Shook.
The weight loss benefits of GLP-1 drugs like Ozempic, Wegovy, Mounjaro, and Zepbound are well known, but now there's new buzz about other benefits from these blockbuster injectables.
Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly, the companies that developed them, say they've been shown to be effective in treating sleep apnea, seizures, and bacterial infections, and in reducing an addict's cravings for alcohol or drugs. But health experts say that while these drugs show enormous promise, they come with significant side effects, including low blood pressure, gastrointestinal disorders, kidney stones, and pancreatitis. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Chemicals in them just to kill off the...
I'm going to mute you for right now because I need to let you know what my decision is with regard to bond.
The suspect in the stabbing spree at a Michigan Walmart made a brief appearance in court on Monday.
Bradford Gilley told the court he was penniless.
And do you have any money in a checking account or savings account? Any cash on hand?
Not to give you.
Gilley was ordered to be held on a $100,000 bond. The prosecution noted a history of mental illness. 10 of the 11 victims remain hospitalized after the Saturday event, but are expected to recover. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The FDA has approved what's being hailed as the first HIV drug that offers 100% protection.
It's a twice-yearly injectable called Lenacapavir and is marketed by Gilead Sciences. The biotech company says it's a real milestone that will save millions of lives around the world. Gilead also says it'll provide affordable access to Yeztugo in the U.S. and beyond. It signed royalty-free licensing agreements with 6 generic drug makers. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
2 Everett, Washington police officers are being called heroes for saving the life of a driver out of a burning car.
Early Saturday morning, an electric vehicle crashed on I-5 near SR2 and caught fire. The battery burned hot. When the officers arrived, they pulled the driver from the burning vehicle. The driver survived, and the officers were treated for smoke inhalation. Everett Mayor Cassie Franklin praised the officers' bravery. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Okay, there you go. As we roll into a midweek Wednesday, we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Hello to Scott, checking in via the Facebook feed this early Wednesday. It's talking about the electricity generation that it takes to supply all these massive data centers. He said, I've heard multiple times now that AI will require 100% of the energy currently being produced, leaving none for humans. Private firms like Meta are actually building their own nuclear reactors. In fact, they're refurbishing 3 Mile Island as we speak. You know, I'm all for nuclear energy, but none of that power being generated is going to be for humans. It's just AI stuff. But hey, everybody, run out there, buy an electric car, right? Okay. I'll give you more details on just how much power. How are they going to generate this power is the question. All right, good morning, Scrapyard. How the heck are you?
Well, I'm getting better, brother. I'm getting better. Yeah, I went to a free dental clinic Saturday and had every single one of them yanked out, and they nearly slammed me in the hospital. They took some dead bone out of my jaw and had a lot of corruption in there. It was Miss Patty's birthday, and it's Patty's birthday that day, and so she had to take care of me after having this done. But I'm getting better. I'm getting better and all that. I think now I'll pass my DOT physical at the end of next month. Now, just taking it one day at a time, and I'm back to work. They let me come back and all that. So here I am.
How about
that? On that
Thailand
Cambodia situation, that it was over Cambodian farmers cut the border fence and was getting into Thailand, and they was trying to take the fence down. The border guards over in Thailand was on their side of the fence, and these people were trying to take it down. Well, they're poking them with sharpened sticks and such. Until the ones that were armed showed up, well, the Cambodians started shooting first. And it was over trying to steal farmland. And from everything, all the information that I have gotten, and on that carbon cycle, that you really want to piss off one of those loony lefters and all that, this environmental claims and all that. Tell them that you hope they lose all of their carbon dioxide at once.
There you go.
Because what happens when a human hyperventilating puts out too much carbon dioxide and doesn't retain enough of it in your bloodstream? You pass the hell out and could possibly die. And so you just tell them that, and some of them loony lefters today, I'm probably banned from the local Waffle House because a big old van pulled up, and they were a bunch of them pink and purple-haired and blue-haired 20-somethings was in there kind of raising a ruckus, talking about all the dead all these conservatives. There's too much killing going on. Well, I just me sitting there, You know, I rig up. I've got me a vest, a military vest, basically made out of a BDU blouse. I cut the sleeves off, and it's like Batman's utility belt to me. So I wear it all the time when I'm at work. And they started getting mouthy with me, and I said, they're saying there's too much killing in this country. I said, no, there's not the right kind of killing. I said, if you start eliminating the ones that are making the problems, that ones that start doing all this liberalism and BS and all that, and forcing their will on other people, and ones that want to do all these crimes and riots and stuff, things of that nature, cut them down. Well, they got real pissy with me, and one feller run up on me and started running his mouth. I said, I told him, he said, what if somebody shoots you, comes up on you, want to shoot you, run up on me and all. I said, that's a good way to get shot yourself. And I turned my head and looked directly at him and all that, and when I said it, he backed up real quick, because he didn't know whether or not I'm armed or not.
Yeah.
And it's like, don't run up on somebody. It's like this mess we had of that young couple up at Devil's Den murdered, with their 2 daughters right there. Not too far from where I live, where my yard is, there was a young 23-year-old girl that was murdered for her car. Shot in the belly multiple times and thrown out of the vehicle, and they caught the guy several miles down the road. And something in this country has got to give. I mean, we need to start eliminating such people. That bring back cowboy law, when small communities could police their own and handle a problem right then and there without a bunch of dead-gum lawyers.
Right.
And hollering about the criminal rights. Pretty soon, that's one thing that's going to tear this country apart, is too much of this liberalism and not wanting to violate a criminal's rights. What about their victims? There's a man rotting in prison right now, and that I won't mention his name, but several years ago, he slung my mama to the ground at the local Walmart trying to steal her purse, and slung her down on the hard concrete in there. I just went to the parole board here a while back, told them, you better not let him out, because there's going to be some really fat hogs somewhere if you put him back on the street.
Right.
So that was my mama. And there ain't no man alive, but I'm scared of when it comes to my mama. If somebody does something horrible to her, I don't give a damn about the judicial system when it comes to her. So if people in this country need to John Wayne up and tell these dead-gum left-wing lunatics and all to sit their ass down and shut up and eat their damn granola and tofu and act like they got some common sense, because we don't need this stupidity. But let's see, it looks like Article 5 may have been invoked just a while ago. Lithuania and Latvia, there was, let's see, Lithuania, there were 2 separate drone incursions. These are big reconnaissance drones, and they're almost as big as a small piston-driven passenger plane. Went into, yesterday, into Lithuania. Well, the second one, it crashed into a farmhouse, apparently, in Lithuania. And then Latvia, they flew one well past the capital city of Latvia out of Belarus. Belarus fired 3 of these things off yesterday, and I guess testing the resolve of NATO, trying to monitor their response time to such things. But apparently Poland has sent troops to its border and moved massive amounts of equipment. And there's a fellow called Habitual Line Crosser on YouTube, and he calls Poland the little European Texas, because they're buying more of our systems than all the other NATO countries combined. And Lithuania sent, I think it was, they called up 100,000 troops to guard their border just yesterday. and it looks like it's fixing to pop off over there.
Wow, that's not good.
Yeah,
that's
Poland apparently moved a fellow. I think they said 200,000 troops.
I've seen some of the headlines about the drone incursions. Haven't seen anything about the troop deployments, but Lithuania's indefinitely enhancing their border monitoring, their air defenses. Let's see, deploying a Ukrainian-developed acoustic drone detection system. The DefenseMirror.com said Lithuania plans to deploy a Ukrainian acoustic drone detection system beginning next year. Okay, thanks for the heads up there, though. 16 past the hour. See what's happening with Gilligan. Guess your new week is officially underway, huh?
Yeah, this is Gilligan.
Correct.
I don't know who you called me, but this is Gilligan. What'd you call me?
I called you Gilligan.
Okay, you cut out on me. Sorry about that, Steve. I've been confused of being somebody else. Usually a DA, but that's beside the point. Well, where do I start? Well, I guess I'm going to ruffle somebody's feathers. He needs to educate himself on what an assault rifle is. I know this has been brought up several times in the last 2 nights about it's not an automatic weapon. But one thing about an AR-15, it is actually a 223 or 5.6 by 45. Surprise, Pappy or Plowboy or somebody has not brought this up. Actually, that is a very small round, a 22 caliber round. Now, I was a short stint in the Army knucklebuster, not Navy. I'm a soldier, not a sailor. The reason why the U.S. military adapted the 223 was because it was found that if they wounded an enemy soldier, it would take 2 people to carry them off the battlefield, to where it took 3 enemy soldiers out of action instead of just 1. So that's why the 223 was adapted. The 223 is not a very good weapon. If you actually, it will kill you. There's no doubt about it. But they got away from the 308, which the M14 is. The AR-15 is coming out. I know in a 6.5 millimeter. I've seen it in 9 millimeter, small Mauser pistol rounds. I've seen it in. It's a 300. I can't remember exactly what it is, but it's a fairly new round. Now, there's also such thing as an AR-10, which is actually a 308 or 7.62 by 51. Some of your listening audience, of course, is familiar with the M60, which is our large heavy machine gun. It's not our large, it's just not a 50 caliber. But that is 7.62 by 51, which is used in our sniper rifle, which is 7.62 NATO. The AK-47 also is 7.62, but it's very similar to the 223. It's a wider bullet, but not a lot of powder, and a smaller bullet. So, I don't know whether I helped anybody with that, but that's my take on some information on this. And as you have brought up, very few of these mass shootings ever are used in an assault weapon. I mean, if you're going to use an AR and you're going to, I hate to give anybody advice on this, but why not get an AR-12? That's a 12-gauge shotgun. A shotgun is the most deadly thing in close range there is.
Yep.
There's nothing more deadly. I mean, I don't get the mentality of people. This man, maybe he did have brain damage. I don't know. But, it was brought up about the homeless problem. No, not all homeless problems. People are there of their own doing. Now, there's a lot of people that have hit on hard times. But there's opportunities out there to where you can get yourself out of that mess. Now, I really feel They're like the elderly. I see a gentleman there along the streets of Winchester on a regular basis, and yes, I've gave him money. I try to help here and there if I can see a need. I mean, this poor man is severely overweight. He's obviously over 65. He fell through the cracks. Just makes me sick. We've got money to take care of the illegal aliens, but our elderly we can't. I don't know why. He could go over to the Salvation Army. I know there's a lot of things about the Salvation Army I disagree with. Don't get me wrong. The reason I support them, though, is because I know they're helping people. There's a lot of politics with them I do not like, but they will help people get on the right track. They will put you through training programs to get you a job and such. Now, the thing is, with the Salvation Army, approximately 90% of their donations every year goes out to helping people. Unlike some of the other organizations, the Goodwill, it does not spend a lot of its money helping people. It's a lot of administrative cost. That's my personal choice. If I'm going to support an organization like that, I do support the Salvation Army. Now, I'm a little frustrated with some of the things that have been said, like a lot of your listeners, about this shooting. I mean, if this man actually did have problems, mental problems, and was on the police radar, why did he have a concealed carry permit?
Right.
I would think if you're on the police radar and you've been committing crimes of some type, why would they continue to allow him to have a concealed carry permit? If he went to the gun store and they did a background check, that gun store, shop owner, whatever, is not liable because we got a background check from the FBI. He has a legal obligation to sell them that firearm if they pass the background check. That's on the FBI because their investigation did not turn up any red flags to keep him from buying that weapon. Now, remember you said earlier that the revolver he had bought was like in June, just
last month
ago.
Yeah.
Why? Yeah, just last month. So he had a concealed carry permit, or the concealed weapon permit. There's different versions of it. A lot of states honor each other's concealed weapon permits. I don't know what the count is. I have one in West Virginia, of course, and it's covered by, I think, 30-some states. In fact, I could go most anywhere in this area but Maryland. Of course, Maryland's about as bad as New Jersey and New York because they have may issue. That's another thing. Now, states have may issue. You have to have a judge approve that concealed weapon permit, if I'm not mistaken. Might vary from state to state. Last I heard, Illinois did not even have a concealed weapon permit, period. Maybe they've changed it. I know the Supreme Court has had some rulings in that area about the right to keep and bear arms. But if you have if you're a shall issue state, you go through the background check, you are allowed to have a concealed carry permit. Of course, you can carry your gun into a government building, a bank, and that sort of thing. But Steve, that's about all of my rant for tonight. I thank you for taking my call, and I hope everybody has a safe night.
All right. Gilligan, thanks. Thanks for the info. Thanks for the update. Yeah, how the booming growth of artificial intelligence data centers straining the largest U.S. power grid. In terms of electricity, a huge swath of the U.S., encompassing some 13 states, was for many years considered the proverbial land of plenty. From Illinois to New Jersey to North Carolina, the area covered by PJM Interconnection LLC had more than enough power to get by. But that picture is changing rapidly as data center developers flock to the nation's largest grid to satisfy the needs of the artificial intelligence boom. There's no longer any spare power supply to feed the city-sized data campuses that are under development. PJM's independent market watchdog said last week that tech companies are going to need to bring their own generating plants. There are signs of stress already. In the past 5 weeks, PJM has issued 9 Level 1 emergency alerts indicating they're concerned about maintaining adequate power reserves. By comparison, there was just 1 alert last summer. Now, the season marks peak consumption for U.S. power suppliers. Not surprisingly, PJM's first warning this year came in late June when extreme heat sent electricity demand soaring to a 14-year high, but not all the alerts have come during periods of high temperatures. There were 2 earlier this month, attributed primarily to unplanned power plant outages. They continued operating smoothly after each of those alerts, but the frequency of these notices, plus warnings that generators need to be ready to bring on energy supplies, tell you just how stretched the system is. The issue is further underlined last week when PJM posted results from their annual capacity auction. Payouts to generators and other suppliers soared to a record $16.1 billion for the year starting June of 2026. Adding to the concern was the auction's 208.7 megawatt shortfall. While that's pale in comparison to the more than 134 gigawatts that were secured, it was the first time the auction did not meet their target. Now, according to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission chairman last week, he stated the reliability threat is not on the future horizon. It's here, actually now. Taking you quickly back to the state of Wyoming, where they said this just newly announced data center, drawing that much power from the public grid, it's not attainable. It's untenable. The project will rely on its own dedicated gas generation and renewable energy sources, they say, according to Collins and company officials. But this massive local demand for electricity, even if self-generated, will be a fundamental shift for a state that right now sends nearly 60% of its generated power to other states. The proposed site for the new data center sits several miles south of Cheyenne, near the Colorado border off U.S. Route 85. We're going to get a news break in here, and back to your calls at 844-844-3388. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. New York City Mayor Eric Adams says he believes the gunman who shot and killed 4 people at a Manhattan office building on Monday was targeting the NFL.
Shane Tamura, a 27-year-old with a history of mental illness, showed up at a Midtown high-rise housing NFL headquarters slinging an assault rifle. Mayor Adams believes Tamura was gunning for the Football League office but took the wrong elevator bank.
We have reason to believe that he was focused on the NFL.
A suicide note found on Tamura expressed hostility toward the NFL. The shooter played high school football in L.A. and believed that CTE may have caused his problems. He wrote, "Please study brain for CTE." I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 204 points. The S&P 500 shed 18 points. The Nasdaq fell 80 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong.
For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here at 844-844-3388. Hump Day midweek is here. And then we find Senor Heatwave rolling the highways and byways. Good morning.
Good morning, Senor, from the Boise Stage Stop, exit 71 on Interstate 84. Heading west. Oh, goodness gracious. What a week. You know, there seems to be that I remember somebody had called in and said if you have no knowledge of a subject or if you've not been a participant of a particular event, then you shouldn't have to speak your opinion on it. And, you know, whenever I get on the radio talking to you and expressing my opinions, you know, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And there have been a few times where some people have said, hey, I'm going to direct you to this source so you can go ahead and get educated. And, you know, I greatly appreciate it, you know, because I don't want to be up there just spouting off stuff and then getting mad when I'm called on my BS or you know, my wrong opinion. I mean, everyone's going to have an opinion, right, Steve?
That's for sure.
I mean, your opinions and mine may not match, you know. Grump had directed me one time when Trump allegedly lost the first election, when I was saying, doesn't he have a right to demand a recount or request one? Or I don't remember what it was, but Grump had told me where to go to find out the information about, you know, presidential elections. I didn't get mad at him. In fact, I even called back and said, hey, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Only a man that's arrogant will refuse to accept criticism, critiques, or even a difference of opinion. You know, so I'll just leave it alone at that. As far as the AI industry,
yes.
Now it was my understanding that Trump said yes, we're going to have these AI facilities, but they will have their own generating authority, like Wyoming. Well, their biggest thing is coal. You know, then they also have their solar and the wind and natural gas. So I mean, yeah, the AI facilities are supposed to have their own generating plants. So yeah, it's not supposed to be connected to anyone else but to themselves. That's the reason why he was so big about the AI being in Pennsylvania, because of all the sources of energy they have over there. Now, I did not realize that 3 Mile Island was being renovated for AI. You know, but I mean, as long as it's not, you know, we're not getting any juice from the 3 Mile Island for the general public. It's just for AI. So if we can keep them separated, I believe that would be the best thing to have. And they've got, I was reading somewhere where they said they have a new source of, I don't know if it's atomic power or whatnot, but they said it was easier to build and easier to maintain. Now, I don't know if it's the, oh hell, what was it called? Americium 214. That was one of the things that they were talking about, especially when they're talking about sending spaceships off to distant planets with a lot, something that's got a lot of power that's not going to tear the aircraft up.
Right.
Spacecraft, I should say. Yep. So
something like the Starship Enterprise.
Yeah. Well, kind of, except it would actually have a physical thrust going back, according to the artist's concept. But yeah. I mean, I think with the warp Gene Roddenberry and that group was talking about. They're talking about actually warping the space in front of the vehicle where it's actually a slide down instead of, a push. But, I mean, you're asking me to validate something that was just, something that's way the hell out there, and I'm just giving you my opinion of what I believe is what was said about warp. But
Right.
anyways, I mean, if you want to hear something from somebody that's knowledgeable, Vic, I mean, that man is a walking encyclopedia of knowledge. He's experienced it. He is well educated into the subjects that he is talking about. And like I said, I could just see myself sitting on his porch drinking tea and just listening to him talk about the different things that are out there. Grump has got some good ideas, and and he's been in the business a lot longer than I have. And like I said, if I'm wrong on anything, I would encourage someone to call up and say, "Hey, your ideas are wrong, and this is the reason why," or "I disagree with your idea because yada yada yada." Now, I've been asleep all day, and I just got up here about an hour and a half ago, and this is the first thing I've heard about Poland mobilizing and Lithuania and Estonia and all them getting drones put into their airspace. I mean, could this really be a precursor to something bigger that might happen? I would think cooler heads would prevail. But, I would rather see the Putin and all these other hotheads out there cool off a little bit and realize, this ain't the time of our youth 40, 50, 60 years ago, when we had all these constant crises going on, and we were just a hair's breadth away from having annihilation out here.
Yep.
I think cooler heads will prevail, and I'm probably wrong on that, but it's just my hope.
And the only thing I was able to pull up was that these incursions, these drone incursions, apparently primarily coming out of Belarus. Yeah, I'll see if I can pull that back up. First, you mentioned the 3 Mile Island. I knew I had seen something about that. I did not realize that, yes, that is indeed going to be dedicated to artificial intelligence. In this case, it's going to be Microsoft data centers. Constellation Energy planning to restart 3 Mile Island, renaming it Crane Clean Energy Center to power Microsoft data centers. The restart is expected in 2025 with the return to power anticipated in 2028. A significant investment will be required to refurbish the plant, and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission will conduct a comprehensive review before granting an actual restart permit. But they've got a 20-year power purchase agreement with Microsoft to provide power from 3 Mile Island Unit 1 to their data centers. I mean, all these upgrades, because how many years has that been dormant? Turbine, generator, cooling, control systems, the main power transformer. So I guess those activities are underway now. But this also faces a lot of public relations challenges due to the past association with the 1979 partial nuclear meltdown. And I remember that well. About 17 before the hour. 844-844-3388. Now back to, there's the rest of it. Following a series of drone incursions from Belarus, Lithuania is stepping up their airspace defense measures. Lithuania has experienced several drone incursions this month from Belarus, including a confirmed Russian-made Gerbera drone that crashed near the border on July 10, and another unidentified drone spotted on July 28th. That was day before yesterday. Concerns about Russian and Belarusian activity. These are raising concerns due to Belarus's role as a platform for Russian military operations in Ukraine and the upcoming joint Russian and Belarusian military exercises in September. While Lithuanian authorities acknowledge some incursions could be accidental or related to smuggling activities, there's also the possibility of deliberate provocations. Lithuania plans to increase border monitoring and potentially deploy additional military forces. Now, if that word just came down yesterday, according to Scrapyard, this may not have been updated via the internet just yet. 844-844-3388. We'll return in 2.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Well, I saw your post there, Rubber Duck. Had to leave one behind. Not fitting on the road, okay? Or not fitting on the load, I'm sorry. But it absolutely, positively has to be there by morning. Is that correct? Hello, Rubber Duck.
Oh, yeah. They added cars all day. This started as picking up 5, and it grew to 9. And with what they gave me, I'm like, something's not going to fit. I'm not working that hard. And I loaded it, and I went up. Thanks to the Uber Eats lady for delivering my ribs tonight. Had some really, really good ribs. And went up to get the Corvette and the Mustang. They both turned out to be convertibles. I don't load those backwards. I don't want the plastic windows to. It's not good for them anyway. But yeah, so we left one. But and they knew I might. I let the guys know today when I was talking to them. That's the coolest thing. They called me. My customers called me. You get my 2 that are coming back? Yeah, I got those, but I got to go drop these off at the auction, and then I'll bring you your 2. Well, I got 3 more at the other store. I need you to get okay, thank you. They call. That's the nice thing about being us. No dispatcher? Well, I guess the boss is a dispatcher, but not really because he drives. It's just easy. The customers call me. This is so nice. But let's get to the data centers, the million-pound gorilla in the room, because we've got one coming in. Actually, one's coming to LaPorte. We've made our tax breaks and our love to Microsoft, but they can't guarantee the amount of jobs they're going to be created to get their tax breaks. I mean, they're talking less than like 100 jobs total. I'm watching a 800-acre cornfield next to the Navistar Proving Grounds in New Carlisle, Indiana, be turned into a Amazon data center. They have probably had 50 super loads. And these loads are so big that when they get out of town to turn, because they've decided to take the red light away and build a circle, they have to stop, get the guy on the trailer to turn it, and they run three loads usually at the same time, twice a day. 7 days a week.
Wow.
This has been going on. 7 days a week. I'm impressed. I posted a video Saturday. I stopped, got out of the car, and stood in the parking lot because I was impressed. And then I watched them drag the trailer trying to make the turn just in my town. And this is the town where my mayor wants to bypass the trucks from. And he just doesn't get it. The big picture. Now, where we're concerned at is, like we said, power. Okay? So, south of Route 30, it's windmills. Windmills. Indiana put windmills up left and right. And now small solar farms. Up here, they're trying to purchase what they can and push the solar farms. This data center that's being built, it has like a transformer station being built in the middle of it. You can see it, kind of, sort of. But there's no direct power plant there. The closest power plant is actually Michigan City, Indiana, I believe. And that's one that they want to take offline because it's coal-fired. But yet, since I've moved here, my residential rates have gone up almost 18%. But we've built nothing new to generate the electricity for the homeowners. So yeah, some people are saying that it's going to consume all the power and we're not going to have anything left to live on. I see a lot of campfire cooking going on here in about 20 years. I do. These things, now they have to cool those places.
Yes. All that computing generates an incredible amount of heat.
And they can't build retention ponds to do it. They purchase another 1,800 acres behind the 800, but they're not going to catch the corn sweat to cool this down. And yeah, the corn fog was in effect tonight coming across. People are thinking that they're going to tunnel into the Great Lake in Lake Michigan and try to funnel the water down. Because across the street from this place, GM and Samsung are building a battery plant, which is going to take more electricity. This is, I think if you have the ways and means to put I'm not 100% solar guy, but if you can capture it and store the energy and use it, if your power goes offline, I think, you might want to put something out there. You might want to do something. A generator. A friend of mine from down, runs to Florida all the time. He says, man, you can get these natural gas powered Generacs with no hours on them for like $500 and $600. He goes, man, this would run your house and your neighbor's house. And I'm looking at them like, yeah, they would. And what it is people buy them for the hurricanes, or they have the one hurricane and then they get it the next year, but then they don't use it for 3 and 4 years, and then they go to replace it. So these are available for us to purchase, but we're going to have to fuel them ourselves and figure out how to do it. But we're going to have to find a way to get off the grid, because I think we all read this book. We all watched this movie where the machines came after us and the machines took over. And that's as far as I go with my conspiracy theory. The only other thing I ask is, with this unfortunate situation coming out about the concussion syndrome with this deranged young man that went to New York and trying to blame it on football. If anybody's got anybody playing, and a grandson, a kid, a neighbor's kid, whatever, and their league lets them have a guardian helmet, which is the big pillow that goes over your full helmet, and you might look and chuckle at it when you see a pro player and everybody wearing it. But I liked what the one young man said. I want to remember getting married, and I want to remember my son being born. And that's why he was wearing it. And I think we need to help our kids in all sports. I think we need to get these mandated from the first year that they start playing football. They need to have this extra protective helmet over top of their helmet. Let's try to slow that down, because that's a very, very sad thing. We saw that with Junior Seau, who is I don't think he made the Hall of Fame because he committed his crimes, but he was a Hall of Fame caliber player. But they said that, the reason he went off the rail and killed the people that he killed was because of the concussions. And we look at Dale Jr., stopped driving a race car because of concussions. Let's work on putting more laws. Let's work on using what we have to help society as a better. But man, I went way off the rail, and you're like 3 minutes away from your break. So.
Well, no, we're closer than that. So that's a good place to say thank you very much there, Rubber Duck. All right. Tell gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. You can learn more by visiting tel360.com, TEL360.com.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, miles. after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Hats off to the men and women of the New York City Police Department for immediately going in the building, going floor by floor, doing a search, looking for any incendiary devices to conduct a very thorough investigation.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams believes the shooter who killed 4 people inside of a Midtown Manhattan high-rise yesterday was targeting NFL employees.
Adams tells Fox 5 an apparent suicide note by Shane Tamara mentions he has CTE brain disease, and in the note, Adams says he appears to put blame on the NFL for his mental illness. NFL headquarters is on the lower floors of the Park Avenue building that he targeted, but Adams says it appears Tamara mistakenly used the wrong set of elevators and ended up on the 33rd floor. Adams says there was no prior indication Tamara was going to head from Las Vegas to New York to cause harm. Scott Pringle, New York.
Jeffrey Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell is calling on the Supreme Court to overturn her sex trafficking conviction.
In a new brief, Maxwell's lawyers argue an agreement made between Epstein and the U.S. government shields her from prosecution. The Second U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals had ruled the agreement made by Epstein with Florida prosecutors to plead guilty did not apply in New York. Maxwell is currently serving a 20-year sentence in federal prison. She met with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche for questioning last week as the Trump administration faces pressure to release all files related to the Epstein case. I'm Mark Mayfield.
President Donald Trump says his administration is going to be more involved after seeing imagery of starving children in Gaza.
There's nothing you can say other than it's terrible when you see the kids. And those are kids, whether they talk starvation or not, those are kids that are starving.
Trump publicly stated he does not agree with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's assessment that no one is starving in Gaza and plans to work with international partners to fund and set up food delivery centers. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 204 points. The S&P 500 shed 18 points. The Nasdaq fell 80 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
A federal appeals court heard the Trump administration's case to overturn a temporary restraining order halting ICE raids in Southern California.
Loyola Law School professor Jessica Levinson comments on what may happen next.
So I think we'll wait for a quick ruling from the Ninth Circuit that basically says the district court did was okay, the temporary restraining order can remain in place, and then we'll move to a preliminary injunction to see if there will be more durable relief for those challenging the ICE agents' actions.
The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals heard the case Monday. The Trump administration says the ACLU, which filed the initial federal lawsuit, lacks the legal standing to present the case. The temporary restraining order has been in place since July 11th. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Several new studies are being presented at the Alzheimer's International Conference in Toronto this week that deal with reducing risk of development of the brain disorder.
One study conducted over 10 years shows that people in their 70s who walk daily can reduce the risk of cognitive decline. Another major study demonstrates the importance of healthy activities, including good nutrition, playing computer brain games, and socializing in addition to exercise. That research was done across the U.S. in 5 locations and is the biggest randomized trial to look at how healthy behaviors can protect your brain. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.13. Mono County, California is up to $5.82. Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.49. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, indeed, just like that, get our final hour underway. So we reached the midway point another week, 30th day of July. Wow, just one to go. And tomorrow morning will be our final overnight drive for July of 2025. How about that? I know Dan got Dan coming up here. Blind Man first as we get this hour underway. What's up, Blind Man?
Well, I've been listening to your discussion of the power grid. And I'm thinking, what would happen if somebody set off a nuclear bomb about 100 miles up? It would produce an EMP, electronic magnetic pulse,
yes,
which would fry everything in sight. I hope we're prepared for something like that. I remember reading 3 books, about 25, 30 years ago, called 1 Second After, 1 Minute After, and 1 Hour After. The author was an expert on this subject, and he did a novelization of what happens if we do get hit with an EMP. Mm-hmm. It's something to think about, and I'm wondering if anyone is taking this serious enough to prevent any problems if somebody does decide to do harm to us.
It's a topic they've been talking about for years. Prime concerns is the like of Kim Jong-un, North Korea, trying to do something like that. China?
Yes.
Yeah.
And we better be prepared if somebody really does want to harm us. Now, I do have one radio in the house that was built in 1969. It has no chips in it. It's just a regular, transistor radio. But anything with a chip in it would be literally fried.
Yeah.
All your electronics, for example. So I'm fortunate that I never threw out a radio that I bought in 1969. So it would be safe if we ever got an EMP pulse at us.
Well, if there'd be anything left out there that would be able to actually transmit, I guess that's the other thing, right?
Exactly. Yeah. We better seriously be thinking about this because there are people that hate our guts to the point where they might try to do us harm in this aspect.
All right, well, Blind Man, hey, it's good to hear from you this morning. Thanks for checking in. Hope you're feeling well and have a great day. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Several other industry headlines going to try to get to this hour. I know Dan had some comments in regards, I believe, to the New York City, the shooting there. Morning, Dan. How you been?
Good morning, Steve. The thing, have they said anything about a toxicology report? I mean, I've given up on some of these investigations and what they come up with, but will they do if they do a toxicology report? Because it seems like a lot of these people have a drug problem. And I don't know, I'm not saying this guy's got a drug problem, but he never played college football. He played high school football, right? 10 years ago, that was the last time he played. Is that correct, or did he play college football?
My understanding was, and I'd have to go back, I saw where supposedly he played, he was a standout in high school, supposedly played Canadian football, could not get into the NFL, but so I don't know what his gripe with the NFL would be if he only played Canadian, but I want to double check on that.
Yeah, well, his injury then may have gone back to a time playing Canadian football, but it quite frankly pisses me off that these shooters, we need to know what prompted them. Like there's something underlying that they're really a good person, but they had this problem with football now. This one's football. No, he's a dead loser. He caused 4 other families to be destroyed. And one man's child will never know his dad. The brave New York police chief that got shot in the back. And, I'd like to know what his mental state was, but that gets too involved with his chemical situation. Meaning, was he a pothead? Or was he on something else?
Mm-hmm.
And it gets to the point where, by the way, Steve, do you live in the city of Cincinnati? If you do, you have my condolences for that police chief of yours.
Thank you.
Wow. Yeah, that's Looney Tune land there. I just don't understand why we have to try to figure out what motivated him. What motivated him was evil, was revenge. He went up there to take people he don't even know. People have never done anything to him except share the air on the earth. And somehow we just got to find out about this misguided young man. No, he's a coward is what he is. So, and the other thing is, Steve, do you know, is there embargo now against Russian gas being purchased by the EU or anybody? Has that embargo gone through?
I believe the latest I saw is President Trump. Remember he had given him 50 days time. As of like yesterday, he said it's down to like 10 or 15 something. He's saying time's up. But at this point, I don't believe they are. Not until the time's up.
Well, the thing is, that's another group of countries. They need to get off of our payroll. And by that I mean the EU. They're not really as strong of friends as we are. If they're continuing to buy gas from Russia, and Russia's on their doorstep as they claim, then there's something wrong. We didn't necessarily need an embargo. They can buy that gas from us. So I didn't know. I thought the embargo on the Russian gas was already in effect. Is that what he's going to put into effect? Is because, quite frankly, they're funding the war with Ukraine.
Via their oil and gas sales, yes. The headlines I saw yesterday alone, I didn't print the one up. I think Newsmax had a story saying that in the event that these actual sanctions are put in place, it will have a profound impact on Russia.
Right. They don't have money to run the war. But yet, on the other hand, these France, Germany, and these people, it is France and Germany. I know Germany buys a lot of it. They're sitting there wanting us to help defend them against Russia, but yet they're a big customer of Russia, bringing dollars into Russia. And it's just, if we're serious about ending this war in Ukraine, then we need to take what steps we can and put sanctions on these EU countries if they're going to continue buying gas from Russia. I'm not saying they have to buy it all from us, but buy it from a non-combatant in that war. So, well, I appreciate it, Steve. Enjoyed the show very much. And I didn't, like I say, I thought of you. When I think of Cincinnati, I go through there, and I thought when I saw that lunatic on the TV today, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Quite frankly, Steve, the police showed up, I think, within 5 minutes, didn't they?
I haven't seen a timeline. I know watching the various videos unfold, those viral videos, yeah, there was no law enforcement in sight. And if I understood correctly as well, with you got everybody and their brother out there holding a smartphone, recording all this unfolding. Yeah, no one really trying to per se intervene. But according to the chief, there was only one call that went into 911. One call? All right, back to your question in regards to the sanctions. Here's the rest of the story. After the decision to shorten Russia's deadline to reach a deal to end the war in Ukraine, retired Army General Keith Kellogg, special envoy to Russia and Ukraine, said on Tuesday that the sanctions on Moscow's oil will indeed start to bite if enforced. We really haven't pushed hard on the economic piece of the oil. It is a petrol state. They export about 7 million barrels of oil a day, and a lot of it goes to what we call the dark fleet. Speaking in Scotland on Monday, President Trump said he was cutting short his original 50-day deadline, cutting Moscow down to only 10 or 12 days to reach agreement to end the Ukraine conflict before he will impose secondary sanctions on the oil exports. Two biggest buyers of Russian oil are India and China, with the oil revenue being used to fund the war and pay these enormous bonuses to the soldiers that Vladimir Putin is recruiting. The sanctions would reportedly impose 100% tariffs on buyers of Russian oil. If you start to affect that, and then the oligarchs start to see that with the Russian sovereign assets that are predominantly held, even though we hold them predominantly held in Belgium, he's going to start getting internal pressure from his generals. And he's going to start getting it from his oligarchs. He's going to get it from himself. And I think you'll start to see that, because when you look at sanctions, and if you talk to the Secretary of the Treasury, and Secretary Bissett, he said, if you look at them between 1 and 10, 1 being low, 10 being high, they're probably at about a level of 6. But the enforcement is, say, level 3. If you start enforcing the sanctions, then they indeed will start to bite. The Kremlin on Tuesday said they have indeed taken note of Trump's revised deadline and threat of sanctions. According to we've taken note of President Trump's statement yesterday. According to the special military operation continues, We remain committed to a peace process to resolve the conflict around Ukraine and ensure our interest in the course of this settlement. So, all talk, a lot of talk, no action. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
In Brandenburg, old guys ruled in Pro Stock, Super Farm, and four-wheel drive. All that changed night to night in Light Super were the numbers 1, 2, and 3. Meanwhile, the fort was under unrelenting assault from Mother Nature. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radar Report. It was a tale of two towns on the Indiana border where we had the best of times and very nearly the worst of times. A Friday night total washout at Fort Recovery's Grand National was followed by an extended Saturday afternoon session and an attenuated Saturday night session in a weekend that saw only 7 of 20 classes completed. Winning the GN classes were R.J. Simon and Drivers Wanted in Dr. Preload Super Semi, and Kelly Nichols for her first Premier Level trophy with a One Fine Edge two-wheel drive in a rescheduling of the Friday night round. By contrast, it was pinchy sunshine at the Meade County Fair Grand Nationals in Brandenburg, Kentucky all weekend, but not as hot as high-torque Super Farm puller Brooke H. Ferris. The elder statesman of the Addison, Michigan Milkman family, Ferris and the team's faithful Assorted Nuts Case had themselves a weekend in staking a 3-point lead on a two-hook sweep to open the Grand National season for the 3-0 Chargers. Shane Hunt and Gary Shavink were 2nd and 3rd on Friday, and Dan Schulte and Stan Warda 2 and 3 on Saturday, the ensuing scramble leaving Ferris up by 3. In light superstock, Marcus Wedelson returned to his winning Meade County ways on Friday night with a Gunpowder and Lead Case IH and landed in 3rd on Saturday. Brian Bowles, running the whole GN circuit for the first time with his alter ego New Holland, was 2nd in his first trip to Pulling's friendly confines on Friday and won the thing on Saturday. Defending division champion Colton Whitworth was 3rd, then 2nd, with his Yield Express to lead Bowles by 1 marker after 4 hooks in one of the few NTPA divisions unaffected thus far by inclement weather. In Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, Tim Kaine was counting his money when he was sitting at the holler on a warm summer's Friday evening after his Red Gambler International was a bum cigarette better than the Mac Trailer Team's Mac Daddy, piloted by James Ray. On Saturday, though, the drumbeat of the Myers-Simon conglomerate resumed, with Brent Myers injected funds first, Brandon Simon's Loud and Heavy X second, and Myers Loud and Heavy fourth around multi-time Brandenburg winner Kevin Schmucker. Heavy and Heavy X remain 1-2. And in four-wheel drive, the grizzled veteran Jake Zering is zeroed in on a second Grand National title. The 2022 champs Rule Number 19 Dodge reigned over 24 others, sorry, shouldn't have said rain, in Session 1 to extend his double-digit point lead. It was clawed back a bit by new second placeholder John R. Davis, who was taking his dad Bunky seldom seen for a spin and picked up his first GN win in Session 2. Tied with Davis is fellow second-gen puller Taylor Corsa. Her TaylorMade has 3 top 5s to date. This week, everyone's headed to Rockwell, Iowa, and you should be too, for the North Iowa Nationals at Chamber Acres, about 10 miles south of Mason City. 13 Grand National divisions presented by Case IH, plus Region 3 4.1 Pro Stocks will entertain across 5 sessions from Thursday through Saturday, July 31st to August 2nd. Watch it live in person or on the web at Full Pull Live, and get tickets and camping info at rockwellialions.com. While the Western region is focused on Rockwell, Regions 1 and 2 are active at events in Cassopolis, Michigan on Tuesday, Middleburn, West Virginia, and Monroe, Michigan on Thursday, Eaton and Lisbon, Ohio on Friday, and Lisbon again plus Urbana, Ohio on Saturday. NTPApoll.com and the NTPA mobile app for information. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Looking Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code overnight100.
Well, now, hello to the three fat truckers. Hello, Dave. Thanks for checking in. Good morning, Steve Sommers and the overnight crew. Great show tonight. Hope everyone has a great, happy hump day. Make it the best. All right, good to have you with us. There's Roki checking in here, who says Charles Whitman, who was known as the Texas Tower Sniper, he had left a note requesting that his brain be examined. An autopsy was conducted and a pecan-sized brain tumor was found. Now, all I know is based on the note that was left for them to check for CTE, apparently it's almost impossible to diagnose on a living brain, from what I'm understanding. Yeah, for these NFL players, once they pass away, they can do the autopsy and do the brain examination and determine if indeed that was the case. So, anyway, Jared says this story out of New York makes no sense. If he played football in Canada, why does the NFL need to study his brain? I thought Canada had free health care. Why didn't he seek their superior health care out? Or better yet, why didn't he drive to UNLV or some sports medicine facility in Las Vegas? It's just not really adding up. All right. 844-844-3388. Yeah, study my brain. That's good morning, Chris. What's happening?
Steve.
Yes.
Oh, nothing much. I agree with you. I don't know, that it's a real thing. I know I had an art teacher that used to be, he was a medical illustrator. Years ago, they wouldn't let photographers in do autopsies. But he told me something I'll never forget. He said, if you look at a boxer's brain and an alcoholic's brain, they look identical. There's bruises. I don't know why they can't see the bruises with all the imaging we got.
Mm-hmm.
But that's another story. I was going to tell you what I understand about this embargo thing. What the EU did with gas is they capped the price of it. I think they capped the price at $60. And then Russia would sell it at a discount. And that's why they had to use all these dark fleets, they called them, because it was illegal to ship it. They were selling it for over $60, but they were discounting it. Then when the price went down to $60, they could sell it on the market just like everybody else and use regular shipping. And that's the problem now. They're pretty much free to sell their oil. I think it was the EU. I think we agreed to that. Maybe the UN, but that was the sanction, that they capped the price at $60 a barrel.
Okay, and then the fact that they're not, apparently, according to yesterday, that they're not really policing it. That's they need to be able to enforce it in some form or fashion, right? All right, we pause there. Back following the news break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Hats off to the men and women of the New York City Police Department for immediately going in the building, going floor by floor, doing a search, looking for any incendiary devices to conduct a very thorough investigation.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams believes the shooter who killed 4 people inside of a Midtown Manhattan high-rise yesterday was targeting NFL employees.
Adams tells Fox 5 an apparent suicide note by Shane Tamara mentions he has CTE brain disease, and in the note, Adams says he appears to put blame on the NFL for his mental illness. NFL headquarters is on the lower floors of the Park Avenue building that he targeted, but Adams says it appears Tamara mistakenly used the wrong set of elevators and ended up on the 33rd floor. Adams says there was no prior indication Tamara was going to head from Las Vegas to New York to cause harm. Scott Pringle, New York.
Jeffrey Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell is calling on the Supreme Court to overturn her sex trafficking conviction.
In a new brief, Maxwell's lawyers argue an agreement made between Epstein and the U.S. government shields her from prosecution. The Second U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals had ruled the agreement made by Epstein with Florida prosecutors to plead guilty did not apply in New York. Maxwell is currently serving a 20-year sentence in federal prison. She met with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche for questioning last week as the Trump administration faces pressure to release all files related to the Epstein case. I'm Mark Mayfield.
President Donald Trump says his administration is going to be more involved after seeing imagery of starving children in Gaza.
There's nothing you can say other than it's terrible when you see the kids. And those are kids, whether they talk starvation or not, those are kids that are starving.
Trump publicly stated he does not agree with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's assessment that no one is starving in Gaza and plans to work with international partners to fund and set up food delivery centers. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 204 points. The S&P 500 shed 18 points. The Nasdaq fell 80 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
A federal appeals court heard the Trump administration's case to overturn a temporary restraining order halting ICE raids in Southern California.
Loyola Law School professor Jessica Levinson comments on what may happen next.
So I think we'll wait for a quick ruling from the Ninth Circuit that basically says the district court did was okay, the temporary restraining order can remain in place, and then we'll move to a preliminary injunction to see if there will be more durable relief for those challenging the ICE agents' actions.
The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals heard the case Monday. The Trump administration says the ACLU, which filed the initial federal lawsuit, lacks the legal standing to present the case. The temporary restraining order has been in place since July 11th. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Several new studies are being presented at the Alzheimer's International Conference in Toronto this week that deal with reducing risk of development of the brain disorder.
One study conducted over 10 years shows that people in their 70s who walk daily can reduce the risk of cognitive decline. Another major study demonstrates the importance of healthy activities, including good nutrition, playing computer brain games, and socializing in addition to exercise. That research was done across the U.S. in 5 locations and is the biggest randomized trial to look at how healthy behaviors can protect your brain. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.13. Mono County, California is up to $5.82. Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.49. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Because Channel 19's a little suggested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Alrighty. Back at it here. Hump Day, midweek. And we left off with talking about the sanctions on Russian oil and the ability to enforce. That's got to be the most difficult thing to do, right? I mean, the likes of Iran and other countries that have had sanctions over the years seem to always find a way to sneak oil to other countries.
That's true, and that's what the Dark Fleet was all about. But they set the cap too low or too high. They set the price cap too high, and when the market price is below the price that Russian oil is capped at by the sanctions. Once the oil dropped to 60 on the open market, then the sanction was gone.
Okay. So
that's what I've heard about.
Are they going to have couldn't they just reduce the cap or something of that nature? Or
They should have made it some percentage or something. But that was the sanction from what I heard. I don't know exactly who put it on, but I think we agreed to it. And as long as the market price is below the sanction price, then there is no sanction.
Okay.
They're shipping their oil on regular.
My understanding was, I guess this is what President Trump's going to announce. He said something along the lines, once these new sanctions are implemented in enforcement, any country that we catch like buying oil from Russia, he's going to hit them with a 100% tariff. So if India wanted to run the risk of buying that oil, which they're one of the top buyers, or China for that matter, that's the price they would pay for buying the Russian oil. Supposedly that's going to convince other countries not to buy it?
Well, yeah, and they're saying that could really disrupt our relations with India because we're on pretty good terms right now, but they need that oil, they claim. Yeah. So, I don't know how it's going to go.
Everything that we thought could possibly bring Vladimir Putin to his senses or to the table or some sort of a resolution, it never works out as you anticipate with that guy. He always takes it down a diverging path. All right, earlier in the program, I think it was Gerald sent me the full report of Groveland Trucking Company. Yeah, it's out of Groveland. Carol Fuller Logistics going to be closing their doors after 71 years in business. The family-run business that has been a staple in the community of Groveland for over 30 years says they are a victim of frivolous lawsuits and the economy. All of Carol Fulmer's 100 Groveland employees will receive 60 days pay and help finding other jobs in the local community. One of the company partners, Philip Fulmer, said this decision to dismantle the business was not made lightly. It was a last resort after years of frivolous lawsuits and obviously, as we know, in trucking, a difficult economy. It's a sad day for us. Sustaining a multi-family business is difficult. In these last 4 years since COVID, I can tell you have been the worst. Yeah, we want to do right by our faithful employees, some of who've been with us for many years. And we hope to wind down as smooth as we can and attempt to get all the vendors paid before we close. Founded by the family patriarch Carol Fuller 71 years ago, and has been in the family ever since. Siblings Tony, Tim, Cindy, and Philip at the helm. In 1995, the company moved to Groveland, where it put down roots. Many of their employees from the previous location in Orange County followed Carol Fuller to Groveland to still work for them. The company owns and rents more than 400 trucks and 1,700 trailers. As a major employer in that area and all over the country. In recent years, Carol Fulmer has been hammered with personal injury lawsuits. And some weeks, their lawyers are fighting 6 to 8 at one time, with each claim more than $250,000. There are many attorneys who make it seem easy to sue a trucking company. Many of these lawsuits are bogus, meaning that no injury actually occurred, but we still have to fight them, and that takes a lot of money. These payments cause people to lose jobs and businesses to close and insurance rates to go up for everyone. We can't carry on. It's tiring, it's draining, it's fighting all the time. Sadly, we've had enough. I just say, can't deal with this anymore. Fulmer said that when they added the lawsuit expenses, coupled with the poor state of the economy, Carol had no choice but to close shop. We feel the most for our employees. All employees will be paid for 60 days. Carol, along with the assistance of local businesses in the city of Groveland, will be helping employees obtain positions with other businesses. I hate that it's come to this, but we have no choice, she says. We want to thank Groveland for their years of support of our family business. The mayor says it is indeed a sad day for Groveland to hear this news. We will do our best to work with the community to find jobs for those employees there. Meanwhile, there was, I guess that'd be positive news out of the state of Ohio this past day, with the truck parking issue being a nationwide concern. Ohio transportation officials unveiling a plan this past day to significantly increase the number of available truck parking spaces statewide in an effort to reduce crashes. During the news conference this past day that took place at the rest area on I-71 in Warren County, Ohio Governor DeWine and representatives from the Department of Transportation announcing a plan to expand commercial truck parking at dozens of locations statewide. ODOT will spend $150 million to build more than 1,400 new truck parking spaces at 33 different Department of Transportation owned locations in the state. Following an extensive review of ODOT property, Ohio's identified 33 sites covering 19 counties where long-term truck parking lots will be created or expanded, more than doubling the current truck parking capacity at ODOT-maintained sites. Now, Ohio currently has 14,200 truck parking spaces available across the state. Most of them are obviously privately owned truck stops or other businesses. They list all the 33 truck parking lots covering, as I said, I believe, was it 19 counties? Yes, 19 counties. I won't list those off, but construction on the commercial truck parking expansion project to begin in 2026, all expected to be completed by the end of 2027. Officials hope that increasing truck parking availability would contribute to cutting down on crashes of commercial vehicles. This is a step forward in improving safety for truck drivers and everyone on the road, according to the ODOT spokesperson, Pamela Borton. All right, 1,400 spaces. That's a good start in the state of Ohio. Meanwhile, hello to Steve in Columbus. Hey, we're halfway there, starting to look forward to the weekend. The coffee's hot, the car's ready, time to head into town, see what the day brings us. All right, Steve, have a great day. And Vic, welcome back, Vic.
Sound of Freedom was that movie I was trying to think of about the trafficking, and I'd like to know what happened to all the kids that they lost in the Biden era more than I'm worried about what Epstein was doing, because I don't know if you remember or not, but in the 90s they were holding these orgies in abandoned warehouses, and back in the 70s and 80s they were printing catalogs of what different people preferred. And I mean, this stuff's been going on for so long, it's kind of ridiculous. But putting all this effort forth with Epstein, and I guess they're really just trying to connect Trump to it. Was about the only thing I can figure out with it. But what I really called about was I was watching a thing about the Chinese research that they were doing on the brain, and they were putting chips in it, and Elon Musk is also doing some of that.
Mm-hmm.
And it was amazing that the pictures that they had there of all the brain wiring and the neurons, and they were talking about, like the Parkinson and Alzheimer's and all that, things that they could actually detect. And so then they said, well, someone mentioned, well, how did China get all that knowledge? Well, actually, it came from Harvard. And China got in touch with the Harvard researchers and wanted them to come to China and fund all that research over there. So I guess a lot of the money that we put into the research there at Harvard, I don't know if you call it intellectual property theft or what, but I guess China is getting the main benefit out of it. But the only thing I was thinking, you were talking about that CTE thing with that shooter they had there in New York, and I just made me think about, they used to call that in boxing being punch drunk, and Muhammad Ali, that was a sorry picture to see him right at the last of his life there, because he was I mean, he was kind of a mouthy guy and everything, but I just excuse me, but I just when I seen him there and somebody tried to interview him, and I said, good Lord, I'll at least leave the guy some dignity and stuff. So that CTE or whatever, it's a real thing. And I've had some friends that I was in college with, and the last time I called him, he was with the New York Giants, and he was the longest serving recruiter and everything. And he couldn't even remember me. And it's like, well, how far do I push this? Or I just, I mentioned a couple of things, and he, well, I really don't remember you. So, it's like, okay, and I just let it go at that. So it's a sorry thing to see, and whether that had anything to do with that guy wanting to shoot up all the people and shoot up the NFL people, but I was more interested in that Blackstone executive that he killed, because she was over land acquisitions, was what she was over for the Blackstone group. And it's like, how did he manage to get the main person in charge of land acquisitions? I mean, it could have just been coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
But I was more interested in that, because I don't know how that could have been more of an issue to him, or or somebody might have set him up. So that was the only thing that I was mentioning about. But that, whether you call it the brain concussion protocol or whatever, at least they are paying attention to it. And then the helmets, they've been working on those for some time. I knew, it was actually my son-in-law, about 10 years ago, he had to buy some helmets for the CYO football, and he was talking about how much cheaper the helmets coming out of China were than the other ones. And I said, well, yeah, but you're dealing with young kids too, so I wouldn't be worrying too much about the price of the helmet. I'd make sure you had a good one. So
absolutely,
that's really all I had right here to last you.
All right, thank you much, Vic. All right, yeah, so Dan was kind of questioning what more do we know about this individual's, what's his motivation? We know he lived in Las Vegas, worked at the Horseshoe Hotel and Casino, did the overnight security job there, believe it or not. Never showed up for his scheduled shift last Sunday. Obviously, we know he had traversed the country from Las Vegas to New York. They say, I guess, license plate readers or something caught him passing through Chicago on the 26th, Iowa and Nebraska on the 27th. and passing through New Jersey earlier in the afternoon of the 28th before he headed into New York City. Inside his vehicle, which was registered in Nevada, the rifle case with rounds, a loaded revolver, ammunition, backpack, and a medication, which some people want to know, what was the medication you found? Was it by chance something that was used to treat mental health issues? They have not divulged that I've seen yet, just a medication prescribed to him. Now, according to the update, Tamura assembled the firearm he used in the shooting, an AR-15 style. Officials said he did indeed have a concealed carry permit for a handgun. They also shared in the press conference that through their initial investigation, they found that he had a documented, mental health history. Not identifying a motive as of yet officially, but the investigation has been kind of focused on the NFL. Mayor Adams this past day said the note that was on him alluded to Tamura feeling that he had CTE, the degenerative brain disease caused by repeated head injuries, which he seemed to blame the NFL for. Now, NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell wrote that at least one NFL employee was seriously injured in the shooting. Tuesday, they said Tamura referred to a 2013 documentary about NFL players suffering from CTE in his suicide note. The New York Times also reported that the three-page, suicide note made reference to the late Pittsburgh Steelers player Terry Long, who had CTE and committed suicide in 2005. Study my brain, please. The note reportedly said, I'm sorry. We know CTE is found in the brains of a number of former NFL players. As I mentioned a bit ago, they say it cannot be diagnosed in a living person with any certainty. But studies have shown the link between CTE and repeated head impacts sustained by athletes like football players. Some of the symptoms: memory loss, aggression, mood swings, impulsive behavior, gradual loss of movement control. But obviously, the New York City Medical Examiner will be performing the autopsy, including an examination of the brain, according to the statement this past day.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, of course, for many, many years, we know that the theft of catalytic converters from cars and pickup trucks has been a common practice to make some extra money. I did not realize there's actually a market out there for your truck's electronic control module. Were you aware? I actually happened to be tuned in when they broke into the press conference this past day out of Florida, the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, announcing the results of a major investigation, an organized crime ring that was doing just that, stealing electronic control modules out of trucks, dozens of semi-trucks. The crime spree, as he said, is officially over. But the investigation learned that there were 4 individuals breaking into truck parking facilities as part of the organized theft operation, obviously causing damage to the truck in addition to the theft of the ECM. The ECMs apparently would then be transported to a broker in Texas who was able to wipe them clean and resell them. You can imagine the amount of damage they were doing to every other piece of equipment inside the engine compartment while they were trying to steal and quickly flee the scene of the crime. They gave the identities of the 4 individuals, 4 Hispanics, ages 27 and 28. But he pointed out the most egregious part is these hardworking truck drivers, tractor operators, that we so heavily rely on. Think about what happens when their computer, that's the brain of the truck, has been removed. The truck's inoperable. The financial loss, the potential earnings that they're losing out because they're not able to drive for a period of time. They're not getting paid if they're not driving. I shudder to think about the value that they've lost and that their family suffered, that income. And they pointed out that ECUs can sell anywhere from $3,000 to $10,000. I did not realize that. All right, well, call it a day there. Close out a hump day. Be safe. Come on back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight, and we'll do it all over again for a Friday Eve. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love.